You're running about 20 minutes late. Good afternoon. So now we're about to start the second part of the second day and final part of the conference. And I would like to ask Dr. Panagiotis Soukakos, Professor of Orthopedics, Medical School, University of Athens, and President of the Board of Trustees of the University of Ioannina, to introduce our next speaker, the President of the Academy of Athens and distinguished physicist, Professor Dimitri Nanopoulos. Professor Soukakos, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and sincere pleasure to introduce to you Professor Dimitri Nanopoulos, keynote speaker of this fourth Stavros Niarchos Foundation International Conference and of Philanthropy. Dimitri Nanopoulos is of Greek origin, however, is an international figure and is very renowned theoretical physicist. He is the youngest member ever elected in the Academy of Athens, in which this year serves as a president. One very important measure of a scientist, I think, is his choice of problems. Many scientists have keen intellects and mastery of modern science. But finding the answer to a challenging problem takes years, decades, I would say, of efforts to master that problem. As you can imagine, it is essential to choose the right problem. That is, to choose those problems that will have the potential to make a major breakthrough in how we understand nature. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dimitris Nanopoulos has chosen, that was his decision, to tackle great and difficult problems in his career. His answers have produced mind-changing new insights in modern physics. He has earned international acclaim for his fundamental contribution to the theoretical foundations of modern physics that has spanned more than 3 decades. In the 1990s, along with his colleagues at CERN, he used the new field of supersymmetry and introduced his famous gauge theory. Dimitris Nanopoulos was one of the founders of the grand unified theory, the theory that provides an effective way to combine gravitation, electroweak and strong forces. This, I would say, was the dream of every physicist, and it's not hyperbole, after the Einstein's era. Professor Nanopoulos also started the string theory and applied it to cosmology, an important step to allow for a deeper understanding of the origin of our universe. In recognition of his merit as a great scientist, the Niarchos Foundation has asked Professor Nanopoulos to be their keynote speaker today. So, it's, like I said, with great pleasure, honor, and friendship as well, that I welcome and commend to you Dimitris Nanopoulos, a true giant in modern physics. Needless to say, Greece is proud of Dimitri, and I think that we are all expect that his greatest work is yet to come. However, ladies and gentlemen, before I close, let me provide you with a very important and symbolic information as well. Konstantinos Karatheodori, a great Greek mathematician, was born September 13, 1873. Dimitris Nanopoulos was born 75 years later, same date, September 13, 1948. Konstantinos Karatheodori died 1950, and his post, his chair in the Academy of Athens, remained vacant until 1997. Actually, March the 6th, 1997, when Professor Nanopoulos was unanimously elected as member of the Academy of Athens. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure to you to introduce to you Professor Dimitri Nanopoulos.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me here in this conference. Thank you very much, Professor Soukakos. As you understand, he's a very good friend of mine. Now, I'm going to be being a hard scientist, in quotation mark, I mean theoretical physics. I'll read a few things before, which more of general interest, and then I'll come also on something which then I will not need to read anything. Now, let me start by saying that we live in a very interesting and strange times. The world is not in equilibrium, far from it, and its present state is in flux in every possible way. Now, I'm not here to become the 3,500th person to tell you about what are the problems. Neither I have to offer solutions on the problems that we're discussing in this conference. The thing now, though, I would like to call your attention, you're much more experts than me in these things. It is sometimes I will just draw your attention that the problem is not always in the software, but also the problem is in the hardware. Now, what I mean by this, it is the following. Usually, what we call culture, it is almost from, if I ask you everybody, I'm not sure that 10% of you is going to use the word science connected to the word culture. And I believe that this is a grave mistake in the following way. I believe that in our times, the real producer of new knowledge is science. And what I mean science is, I live and work in the United States, so I have the Anglo-Saxonic definition, which is math, physics, life science, and the products of this kind of thing here. Now, this is a very serious problem, and I believe that the new knowledge that science is producing has to be diffused to the people. Not only in order to stop believing what we're believing, and I'm going to show you a few things where we are today in just a few minutes, right, for this thing, but also somehow we have to have a paradigm shift. Let me use the corresponding historical analogy. The Enlightenment is not a product of just Voltaire and Diderot and Locke in Scotland, etc., from this thing. They came after Newton and Galileo and the whole things before the giants, and they opened the way, and these great people that they have created Enlightenment somehow was based on this new kind of thing here. I believe we live in exactly the same kind of corresponding time. As I said at the beginning, the world is in flux, and I'm not very optimistic what's going to happen, and I'm not talking about, I'm talking the whole world now. Sometimes these words may hear that I'm talking about Greece. I'm not talking about Greece. Now, the planet is overpopulated, and I don't know, but a lot of us believe, not coming from this environment, that not very far from here is going to be inhabitable, right, from this thing. Now, people, they have come now to conclusions that the Great Leap is going to happen, and eventually we have to go to spaceships and get out of here. Now, I know that may sound crazy to you, but somehow that's what some people are thinking about. I'm not talking about the next 100 years or something like that, right, from this thing. And somehow, what we say here, and there's going to be different science saying the same thing, it is we have to have a wake-up call and use science a little bit more effective than the way that we're using it, and somehow make people understand what it is, what's going on. Now, let me finish this short introduction here, even if it does not sound very pleasant, to tell you the following. Somehow, we came from the Dark Ages to the Renaissance, and we moved on. But if you look around in the world, it sounds like we are back in the Dark Ages. Now, what I'm going to say here, and maybe it is not the Dark Ages, there's a lot of light out there, but we continuously keep our eyes wide shut. Now, let me move on now on this thing here. I use this, I was speaking with Dr. Vasilakis, what we're going to talk about, because I knew what the theme is. And then I said, look, I don't belong to this environment. And then anyway, during our discussion, I know where is Dr. Vasilakis, somewhere here, he will confirm what I'm saying. During the discussion, then I say this title here, and what I propose now we can change to the, I cannot stand over here. Now, so that came to me, and this thing came to me because I said, just a moment now, we're talking about our planet is 4,600,000,000 years and stuff like that. We're talking about a universe here which is 13.8 billion years, right, for this thing. And it's found a way to be there. So, and if people in 2015 were producing what we are going to see now, somehow we should have the brains to resolve our problems here, right, from this kind of thing. I like this message to come home. Now, here it is. This is if you have someone who is outside our universe, 3 dimensions and 4 dimensions is space. Don't worry, I'm going to be very, very short, and I'm not going to use any jargon here. Now, if we go out for our 4 dimensions, 3 space and time, and you have someone who is looking at this thing, what you see here, it is the whole universe from the beginning here until now, right, for this thing. Here is evolving space, and of course, as time, we're living in a universe that is expanding. It started basically from 0, I'm coming to this to a moment, and it's expanding all the way, and today here we are with our telescopes, space telescopes, etc., we're getting all this information. We're very lucky that we have that the universe is expanding, because you see what's happening is we can collect light or electromagnetic radiation right from this thing, almost from the very beginning, right from this thing here, which analyzes light with these telescopes here. And what we do then, it is we have now the way that the universe was, let's say, in the beginning. So what I'm talking here, it is not just philosophical or metaphysical or whatever you want to call it discussions. We have the data in our hands from the very beginning, right, for this thing. I mean, this is new because this thing has happened in the last 20 years or something like that, all this information. Now, as you see here, we started here as the universe was evolving. It contains a lot of structure, as you know. You know that we have a universe of 100 billion galaxies, and each galaxy contains 100 billion stars, let's say like our sun. Now imagine now from all of this, what we are now. We are, you know, some random existence in a random planet of a random star, of a random galaxy. There's nothing special if you look, because we know how the galaxies are looking, right, from this kind of here. And here we are now, 4,600,000,000 years after, discussing about all of these things, right, for this. Just to tell you our measure in this kind of thing. Nevertheless, with our brain, we have clarified a lot of issues, even finding the ones that I'm just telling you. Now, let's see now what is going on. The first, just to remind you that we are not only not the center of the universe, and I explained before why. The second is we are not even made from the stuff that the most of the universe is made of. What we're made of, it is only the 4% of the whole kind of, as you see here, the whole pie here, right, for this thing. We are here only about 4%, then we have this, whatever it's called dark matter, never mind now, 23%, and what we call dark energy, 73%. So we're not even made from the stuff that most of the universe is made of, right, from this. Keep that in mind. Now, what it is going on here, now you see what is happening here. We start here from the very beginning, and we were evolving, and then you see in different ways that it is, for instance, here it is all matter was created, the one that you know, and we have the standard way of doing things, and eventually we come up here, and now we can reproduce some of this stuff, not only from the telescopes that you just saw in the first transparency, but also from reproducing this from the colliders like at CERN, the Large Hadron Collider. Because of these big energies corresponding to big temperatures, and that means now that somehow there, in a miniature, we produce kind of the conditions that was the universe around, actually not down here, but around this region here, which is pretty, we're talking about, let's say, 10 to 1 millionth of 1 billionth of a second or something like that, which is pretty good to start with, right, for this thing here. Now, here there is something which is very interesting. It is the following thing. Now, what you see here, it is what most of us believe, and believe is not believe dogmatic, but is through our equations or through some of the data. What is happening here, it is the three-dimensional space that we're living, that we live here, it is a fake. I mean, this is real, but there's more. What is more is at each point, as I try to show here, this is supposed to be very close, of course, just to see it, then contains now another 6 dimensions that they're very, very, very folded, as you see, in different ways, right, for this thing. Now you say, why you have to care about this extra dimensions, which is very, very small, and we're never going to see them? Well, we have to care because now these extra dimensions, and for instance, you can see, now why it does not move? Does not, something is, I didn't mean to have that long. Ah, here we are, okay. Now, for instance, things like that, right? Now, why we care about this, or we have to care about this, because the physical laws, gravity, electromagnetism, whatever you learn in high school or in the university or whatever it is, are depending on how these dimensions are folded. What I'm telling you, it is as the universe appears from basically the quantum fluctuation from nothing, and in the very beginning is in 10 dimensions, let's say, the 6 are folded. The way that these 6 are folded, then exactly what it's telling us what will be the physical laws that are coming with this universe. So it's the first time since we came down from the trees or whatever you want to count, right, from this kind of thing here, that we have now an answer to the real problem of how the physical laws were created, right? This is not a small feast here, right, from this kind of thing here. Now, that says what I was saying before, right, from this kind of thing here. Now, let me show you something before I close. Can we go to the next one? Here. In order to show to you, and we're going to the end of this, so your torture is over. Now, all of this, then you say, well, how talk about this and where's experimental data and stuff like that? Okay, let me show you where's experimental data. What you see here, it's the following thing. This is our universe, and what you see over here, it is the temperature because the universe is cooling down from the very beginning. We have a cosmic background radiation, as we call it, which is about 2.73 degrees Kelvin, but it is not exactly homogeneous and isotropic everywhere. If it was homogeneous and isotropic everywhere to 100%, then we will not be here in this room now. right, for this thing. Because in order to be in this room, we must have some perturbations, energy density perturbation, so somewhere something is going to be a little bit more, somewhere will be less. When it is more, because gravity is attractive force, then it's going to have more stuff there, and that's how the scale, the large scales that we see around has been created from the very, 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 very beginning, right, from this thing. So now here, as you see, what is you see here, you see blue and you see red, etc. It means we have up and down and different, very, very small perturbations. But that was enough, and look what's happening here. I you project one part here, and then you can use through simulations with the supercomputers exist only in the United States, 2 or 3 of them, right, from this kind of thing here. And they start now from this small perturbation that we see here through a chain of, through an algorithm, and somehow they start producing galaxies. So I'm showing you this in order to see that this is not, and then you compare with the real galaxies, and then you see the same thing, I mean, from this thing here. So somehow there's a lot of thinking here that's one way that we can see this. And now that's my final thing here. And then you see now what is going on. I told you that you are going to see other temperatures up, down, and stuff like that. And in order to see that we know what we're talking about, you see this curve, this green curve that you see here, it was there from 81, 82 from the theories, from different groups. And we were saying, if you do, and then you do all of this law of thinking, then that I was describing at the beginning, then if you go and look at the data, the ones that I showed you before, then you are going to find out what is going on, right, from this thing. That's you should find out up and down, etc., etc. And now, of course, here we're talking about very, very, very small differences, right, for this thing, but still observable. And here now it is 2013 and 2014. This is from what is called the Planck satellite, it's a European Space Agency satellite. And look now at the data, what is going on, and tell me now if this thing it is accidental or what, right, from this kind of thing. I mean, this is the stuff, because in order to get to this result, I have gone through all the analysis we did before, right, for this thing. If that was wrong, then we will go back at every step and say now, how it could be wrong, right, from this thing. I'm not claiming that by just doing this, we prove everything. No, of course, we have other tests and checks and things to get, right, from this kind of thing. But we are in a very good way, and we're very amazed. I never believed in my life, in my own lifetime, that we're going to have the technology to get to, I mean, I knew personally inside, but that's not a scientific statement, that we were right. But I will see something like that in my own lifetime, right, from this kind of thing. So I'll stop here. I spoke enough, right, from this thing. What I'm trying to tell you here, it is the world is changing. We are not living now in the 18th century, the 19th century. It's amazing things are happening, right, from this kind of thing. And I close with the same statement. If there are human brains, that they have brought us this, right, from this kind of thing here, don't tell me that we cannot resolve problems, you know, what's happening, how to make our planet non-inhabitable. Thank you very much. Of course.
Any questions from the audience? Professor Nanopoulos will take questions.
Come on, you must have some questions. Yes, somewhere, yeah.
Hello, Mr. Nanopoulos. I'm very happy to see you today, and I really appreciate your work, but I want to be honest. First of all, I don't know anything about physics. I work on the communication issues, and I want to be honest and admit that I did not understand what this curve was about. And this is very important for me to understand what exactly we are talking about in this curve.
Okay, perfect. So you asked for it, you get the explanation now, right, for this thing. Okay, so can we go back? Here. Okay. So let me explain what this curve is. Now, what we do here you see this angle, right? Start from, let's say, 1/10 of or 100th of a degree, goes up to 90 degrees, right, from this thing. Now, what they do is, let's say, if they go and they look in this one specific point in the sky, right, for this thing. And then they go there, and then they take and they measure the temperature. They know how to do this kind of thing within a small limit there. Then they go somewhere else, they measure the same thing here. Now, in general, as I was saying, this is not exactly the same. If in a homogeneous, where is the gentleman here? With the light that, now, if it was the universe was homogeneous and isotropic, then should find the same temperature. That means now, if you do here, you should flat line there, right, from this thing. Now, so they don't see this, right, for this thing. But they see ups and downs and stuff like that. Now, what it is, if I go there and I go there, and you see now they measure the whole sky from 100th of a degree up to 90 degrees, right, from this kind of thing here. And they find now what is and then they plot the temperature difference that they see with respect to the central value, right, for this thing here, as a function of angle, right, from this thing. They measure some power and they do this kind of thing here. So they find these ups and downs and stuff like that, as you would expect. Now, the green line was calculated theoretically, right, for this thing. You know, assuming what I was showing before, you can do a real calculation and say, if they go and do this thing, measure what, as I described here, then they should find this, right? So the green line was there from 30-something years now. The red point, it is in 2013 and 2014, the Planck telescope give us the results, and look now what is happening, how that's agreement. That's considered to be very good agreement. I mean, theory should be very happy about this. So that was the thing. And I repeat again, I'm not claiming that by doing this, you have finished it. No, we have a lot of cross-checks that we need to do and stuff like that, and they are doing it. But this is one of the major points. If that thing fell down, then the whole thing will be problematic, right, for this thing. Thank you for asking the question. I think that means it's time to go. Thank you very much.
Time to move on with plenary session number 5, Sustainable Social Welfare Systems. The panel is moderated and was put together by Chatham House. So I would like to invite the moderator, Norbert Niblet, and the co-panelists, Ian Begg, Eva Hallström, and Ian Begg, Eva Hallström, and Panos Tsakoglu to come to the panels. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if we're on. Are we on? 1, 2. Okay. I think this is on. I'm Robin Niblett. I hope you can hear me at the back of the room. Can you hear me at the back of the room? Anyone at the back of the room waving hands? That looks good. Yes, thank you. So I was told that the sound sometimes at the back for these particular panels doesn't always work as well. I'm Robin Niblett, Director of Chatham House, which is the Royal Institute of International Affairs based in London. Let me just say, first of all, a quick thank you to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, as other speakers and panels have noted, and especially Stelios and the team, because I think they're starting to look a little bit more relaxed now that we're getting towards the end of this event, but they've laid on an amazing program, hugely diverse, and I think there's nothing quite more diverse than going from the sustainable universe of Professor Nanopoulos than to the sustainable issue of welfare in Europe. But I think from the cosmically complex, as you could see by the few questions as we were all absorbing what Professor Nanopoulos said, I tell you, welfare in Europe struck me as pretty complex as well, as I've got to know it better. Maybe not cosmically so, but it is certainly important. And just on a serious note, the issue of welfare, the welfare model in Europe, the future of the welfare state, is hugely important at the human scale. I don't think I need to stress the importance of this topic here in Athens, given the stresses that are being put on the welfare model and the welfare state here in Greece. But this really is a challenge that cuts across all of Europe, and this panel will focus on Europe principally. I know we have participants here from the United States, from countries around the world, and it may be interesting maybe as we get into the conversation to compare experiences and models with others of you here. But I want to just give you a little bit of context, because this panel, in a way, is the fruit of a collaboration between a number of foundations and think tanks in Europe, leading up to a Vision Europe summit that will take place in Berlin in November of this year, which we've put together, led by Bertelsmann, the Gulbenkian Institute, Compagnia San Polo, Citra, the Finnish Innovation Fund, Chatham House, the Delors Institute, and Bruegel, think tanks and foundations together, all of whom are hugely concerned that one of the key anchors of the European political economy, which is the welfare state, is under unprecedented threat. Yeah, we talk about the future of the euro, we talk about the future, the survival of particular countries, but ultimately the political economy of just about every European state since the end of the Second World War has been built on the bargain of welfare states, whereby governments say that they will provide protection, support, investment in their societies in return, in a way, for the political legitimacy to be able to govern. And I think we would all agree that this particular model is under threat. You can say for many reasons: global competition, aging, changing nature of work, families, etc. But there is a famous statistic that is put out at the moment, which is laid out to present in a way how unsustainable, perhaps, the existing welfare system is, which is that we have at the moment in Europe 7% of the world's population, roughly 22% of world GDP, and a bit over 50% of global welfare spending is all accounted for in just Europe alone. That statistic is laid out to say, is this sustainable? But I think as this conference has confirmed and reminded to us, sustainability is not just about economics. It's about social welfare, it's about family welfare. It's not just, again, an issue of austerity and do we get through the next 4 to 5 years, but can we build a welfare model that is sustainable and that is productive and helps Europe be as uniquely forward-looking and progressive, one might say, as it has been in the past 30 or 40 years. What kind of collaborative action can we undertake, in particular, in the future? Now, just to give our technicians at the back some warning, and maybe to give you some warning, we do have some questions which we want to be able to intersperse and put into, I know the polling works here because it's worked yesterday, so hopefully you've all got your little buttons, and some of you have kept your little button things, and if you haven't, please find them from your bag, or maybe we can get some from elsewhere, because I'm going to draw my panel in a minute, but I want to give them a little bit of homework first, or something to be able to pull off, which will be a panel. So just while the technicians are getting ready to the back, let me just say that we're very lucky to have with us 3 individuals, 2 of whom are actually actively involved in our project, one of whom has joined us for this panel. Immediately on my left, Ian Begg, who's a professorial fellow at the London School of Economics and also an associate fellow of Chatham House, and has been doing a lot of the leadership work for us. We have Eva Hellström, who's a senior fellow at CITRA, the Finnish Innovation Institute. Everyone's bios obviously are in your books. I'm not going to do long descriptions, but I'd say she has been a particular leader on the issue of sustainable economy. And then Panos Tsakloglu, as was mentioned a minute ago, who is a professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business, a senior fellow at the Hellenic Observatory in London, but also somebody who's spent quite a bit of time advising a succession of Greek governments through the Council of Economic Advisors over the last 12, 13 years. So a good group to be able to tackle these issues. But I thought we'd start off with a first question, which you can see up on your screen now. Another way of looking at the spending, OECD countries account for an average of nearly 22% of GDP on a combination of social benefits. I laid out for you a minute ago where Europe stands in the context of global spending on welfare. Yes, over 50% of global spending of welfare is undertaken by Europe. Here is a question for you, though, as we look to the future, and with the demand for social services for the elderly and others as working ages change going up, do you expect, do you want, do you believe that EU countries should aim, as you can see here, to increase their social spending to meet these increased needs, keep it around the same level? Or are you here believing that we should be cutting social spending at this stage by some amount? So I'm going to give you a second to press your buttons now, and let's see what comes up before I take the first question I want to take to my panel here. So you've got, I'm not quite sure how this works, press. And I can see, yes, the red bar is going down. You've got 2 seconds left. Okay. Right. If you put the 5% and 10% together, we've got pretty much, well, a bit over 50%, 54%, yes, my maths help, 53, 54% saying that we should be increasing social spending. And if you throw that on with keep it around the same level, so keeping it as it is or increasing it, we're looking at over 75%. So that is a very firm and interesting view from the group here. So I'm going to use that to spin over to Ian. Ian, you're sitting on my left. Let me start with you. I laid out the figure earlier on of the 722.50. Do you think it points to an unaffordable welfare system in the future in Europe? Or, I'm looking here at what I see our room here, do we believe that we have to find a way to at least keep it as social spending as it is, or potentially be able to increase it more in the future? Where do we go?
Well, thank you, Robin. You will notice that I'm wearing the Tsipras dress code and Panos Jean-Claude Juncker.
Yeah. It's true.
I think the first attempt to answer your question is a question that is posed very frequently, which I've tried to answer many times, and my reply is a very short one. It's a dumb question.
Give it a go.
Why is it a dumb question? For a number of reasons. The first is that what social spending is doing is dealing with social risks. There are many social risks. Infirmity, ill health, age, youth, all the sorts of things that the different dimensions of social policy deal with. The question we should ask is, what is the most efficient way of dealing with them? Because if you don't do it through the social system, which is what Europe does still, surprisingly well, and I would, by the way, I'd like to know how many of those voting for the 10% increase were Greeks in this room. If you don't do it through the public sector, through the social system, where does the burden fall? It falls on the individual, and you see many individuals in Greece suffering. It falls on the family. It falls on, potentially, the private sector, if you consider the enormous healthcare costs in the US, much of which are funded by private money, except that it's a social charge imposed on companies. Or, the last resort, is it falls on voluntary organizations and philanthropists. So my reason for saying this is a dumb question is that without the social system, you would have alternative ways of doing this. And you have to pose the question, as Anna Diamantopoulou did once, what is the cost of non-social? And in many cases, the cost of non-social is higher than the cost of social. Thanks.
Well, Ian, thank you. Very important points, I think, here, that somehow these costs are going to spin out somewhere. But we had a very interesting, Eva, let me come to you. We had a very interesting presentation on the panel yesterday about healthcare, in particular healthcare costs, where, at least in the US case, but I'm sure it's the same in many European cases, actually the costs are hugely inflated by inefficiencies. You said it's a question of efficiency, Ian. And I'm wondering, Eva, as you look at the kind of level of spending that is put into social spending here in Europe, welfare or more broadly in supporting forms, are we being sufficiently efficient? Do the numbers reflect just that the government is quite rightly taking on the responsibilities it should take, so individuals and citizens don't need to, or actually because the government is taking on that responsibility, maybe it's hugely inefficient and we are overspending without over-delivering?
Well, first of all, I have to agree quite a lot with what Ian said, that it's not only a question about the level of funding, but the way we do things. And so it's not the question of whether welfare as such is affordable for Europe, but it's the question of whether the welfare system as it is today is affordable for Europe. And if we think about the welfare system in most European countries, we have a very sort of specialized system of different ministries and agencies, each specializing in particular sort of small topics of the human well-being. And we're trying to sub-optimize efficiency in each of these small silos. And I think that this way of organizing the welfare system is quite inefficient. Right. And this type of system is not affordable. I think we'll probably come more into that question. But I would still like to say that when we talk about affordability of the welfare system, I look at affordability as more of a sort of a short-term terminology, and if we think about the long-term sustainability of the welfare system, we also have to look at the social sustainability and the ecological sustainability aspects. And I would like to remind you of what Her Highness the Royal Princess of Netherlands said yesterday about the idea that we have to understand sustainability in new ways. In our present understanding, we put a lot of emphasis on meeting the needs of the present generation, but we have to flip the emphasis on meeting also the needs of the future generations and in investing on that. So that's one aspect. And looking into the ecological sustainability aspect, we all know that today our socio-economic model is profoundly challenged by many global ecological constraints. And the fact is that if these global ecological sustainability challenges are not solved, the whole foundation of the economy and the whole foundation of well-being and security will break down. But the problem is that in our silo-based societies, the welfare society and, for example, the green economy are treated as totally separate systems that really don't interact quite a lot. So we really need to also integrate the ecological aspects into the ideology of the welfare society.
Very important point. So, and I think it was Andreas Trikopoulos yesterday who talked about a kind of social, sustainable society. And so having that kind of welfare society that is sustainable is one that you're talking about here, because it's not just economic, it's social as well, intergenerational. I thought a very important point that you raised here, especially with the changing demographics of Europe. Panos, let me come to you. I mean, Ian asked the question, I think there was a poll taken yesterday, we know about roughly 70%, I think, of the participants here are from Greece. But Ian said, I wonder how many, of our Greek participants were for the keep it as it is or increase it. I would think, just given on the 70%, it has to be a majority. Let me bring this question of generational equity, though, and efficiency, yes? So maybe welfare needs to stay where it is. Maybe it should even increase. But is the balance right? And is the system we have at the moment generationally equitable? Is it equitable between those who are in work and those who are out of work? Do you see what I'm saying? Are there inefficiencies but also injustices built into the welfare system in Greece, for example, or in your opinion more broadly, that need fixing?
You cannot give a blanket answer. The situation may be, let's say, completely different in Greece than what has been in other countries. if we are talking about some countries, Greece is an example, but the same applies to several other Southern European countries where they were applying, especially in the system of pensions, the so-called distributive system, where the current workers were paying for the current pensioners. For quite a number of years, there were quite a lot of inequities. Normally, in these systems, they are built in a pyramidal kind of a mode. Initially, there are, let's say, relatively few recipients of pensions, and there are quite a lot of contributors. At that time, in several countries, this system became very generous. Yeah. Very generous, however, this means that at some time they would create, according to the same rules, huge deficits, and these huge deficits will go to the next generation. For as long as the markets are financing the system, the problem does not arise. However, as we found out the hard way, in Greece there comes a moment where it is the breaking point. And then the issue of intergenerational equity becomes very evident. And I can say something that may be, let's say, quite provocative. The real ally of the future generations is the bond market.
The bond market.
Exactly. The one that prohibits the profligate spending in the current generation.
So in other words, you're saying, if I understand, there needs to be a discipline, but surely the discipline of the market is a hugely blunt instrument. It cuts across government spending as a whole. I
absolutely agree. In fact, I think that Ian gave the right framework. He mentioned there, why do we have the welfare state? In order to give, let's say, solutions to social risks and so on. The social risks are not the same across countries. They are not the same across time. Yeah. For instance, I suspect that several of these people who were voting, let's say, for the high increase in public spending may have been, let's say, Greeks there, especially because, ceteris paribus, there was one huge risk that appeared in the Greek economy in recent years. We have huge unemployment, recession, and as a result, the problem of poverty became extremely acute. Therefore, ceteris paribus, you would anticipate something like this.
I want to make sure we can bring up the next question, actually, because I think this starts to dig now a little bit beneath the surface. We talked about welfare in general at the beginning, yes? Now we're looking here at what system might be more sustainable. Some people might say, remember, sustainable is not just economic, it's also just, yes? And so is one that is, this is relative, yes? More based on need, more based on individual contributions. In other words, you pay in, you get out, and then a little bit of protection, or the principle of universality. Now, universality, at least to me as a British citizen, would be like the National Health Service. You know, it doesn't matter if you're a millionaire or, you know, you are very poor. You can all access the National Health Service because you've all paid in some taxes, and therefore everyone gets some of the benefit. So I'd be interested to hear views around the room, having heard what you've heard from our panelists so far, taking into context the fact that it appears, at least financially, that welfare systems appear to be more stressed. I still take Ian's point about, you know, the money's got to come from somewhere. But if you look at the government, do you here believe that welfare should principally be taking into mind need, individual contributions, or more a universal system where everyone gets something out of the system irrespective of their level of need or contribution? Please go ahead and vote now. Yeah, we could do it. You do it. 1, 2, 1.
Stop.
Okay, now that's interesting. Honestly, I didn't expect that. Maybe because I would have voted for something else. Ian, let me take you to this one. Based on need, according to individual contributions, we've got some blend there, but a strong preference for universality, that all-inclusive, we're all in it together, irrespective of level and so on. What do you read into that? Does that confirm your viewpoint?
Well, one cynical answer is there are no poor people in the room.
Takes a Brit to be there.
And they're voting with their pockets on this. But I think it's worth considering three different functions of the welfare state, which are very, very distinct in the way they operate. They've been described by one of my LSE colleagues in the following way. He refers first to the Robin Hood function, which is where the welfare state takes from the rich and gives to the poor, like Robin Hood, the sheriff of Sherwood Forest in Nottingham. The second function he calls the piggy bank, which is the contributory principle. You put money in good times, you take it out in bad times, and you've contributed, therefore you're due a pension, you're due all the things that you expect from the welfare state. Now, the third one that's missing here, to some extent, in this way of thinking about it, the three categories, is that the welfare state invests. It invests in people to create human capital, and it invests in society to make it cohesive. If a society is not cohesive, it becomes less sustainable. So the third, the investment function of the welfare state, is one which I would emphasize here. And I think there may well be a parallel with the physics before, because a black hole is when something becomes unsustainable, collapses, if I understand the physics. You can wave to me, Professor, if I get this approximately right. We do have potential black holes in the social systems in Europe where things really could collapse and you'd revert to a pre-post-war Europe in which social incohesion, social exclusion were paramount. We don't want that. I think we have to be very sensitive to this in the way we look at this. Now, as to need against contributions or universality, we probably need to split it up between the different functions of the welfare state. Poverty relief is need. Many of the piggy bank functions are universality or contributions. The investment function is for society as a whole. If you put these together, you might find a different way of looking at or interpreting these answers that we've been given by the audience.
Thank you. And Eva, let me come to you on this, and this point that there are some black holes there. I mean, this is, again, is a very broad question. It may be that certain aspects of welfare need to really focus on the need. Others could focus on the contributions, you know, etc. How would you take the question and the answer?
Actually, the question is really tricky. I wouldn't have known how to answer it, because I think that all of these approaches are valid in different circumstances, and all of these have their...
But which is more sustainable, the question was as well. They may all have a validity, but which is...
Depending on whether you look at what aspects of sustainability. For example, if you look at let's say, economic efficiency, sometimes based on the needs of the individuals might be a more efficient way of addressing the needs, because one of the problems in our present welfare systems is that we tend to sort of produce mass-produced services, the semi-services for similar type groups of people,
yep.
And this is very inefficient. So really targeting the services according to the individual needs, which is more and more able to, due to new technologies, might increase the efficiency of services. So there's a valid point in that, but then again, in addition to economic efficiencies and sustainability, you can look at the basic values that we have, and one of the basic values common to most European countries, an idea of equal opportunities,
yep.
And of course a principle of universality would address that value. So I think you can sort of address these from different points of sustainability.
There's a justification for each one, in
yes.
other words. Panos, let me give you a chance to come in on this particular issue of universality versus need, whether there's particularly a Greek perspective again on this, or whether you think you see some interesting differences across Europe from your experience of having studied other systems as well.
Well, actually, I do not think that in terms of principles there is any difference between Greece and the other countries, and I will agree absolutely with Ian Begg on that. It depends on the function we are talking about. If we are talking about, let's say, anti-poverty policies, almost by definition, it is an assessment of needs that will be involved there. On the other hand, if we are talking, let's say, about at least part of the pension of somebody's in a contributory-based system, almost by definition, the second question applies there, the second answer applies there. If we are talking about other functions, like health, for instance, there is quite a lot of evidence that these universal health systems are far more efficient than the targeted systems. Therefore, it is a mixture of all of them, and the question is what kind of function we're talking about.
And let me bring one more, let you know, we're going to come to you, all of the participants here, in a couple of minutes. We want to be able to get some questions, some thoughts, some suggestions from you. I'm just going to do one more question here on the poll and maybe one quick round, but just so that you're ready when I turn to you and you have some questions ready. Could we put the next poll up? Because Ian made a point at the beginning. He said, well, I wonder who is voting, whether people are voting with their pocketbooks or not. But if you have the next question, this isn't about you. This is you projecting your understanding of what you think others think. do you think that the average taxpayer in Europe, whoever the average taxpayer is ready to accept paying more towards social policies, given that we're likely to at least have the same demand? And we'll come in a minute to how we might divide that demand up better. But let's just see whether you think what you think others might say. And yes, Ian, as a provisor?
I think it's worth emphasizing in this that there are some people in this area of study who talk about taxpayer resistance. So in reflecting on this, I don't want you to idealize it. Recognize that there are two sides to the argument in making
Absolutely.
the vote.
The word taxpayer is meant to be loaded in that sense. You have people who are carrying some of the burden. Please go ahead and give your answers to this one. It'll be interesting to see where people come out. Starting now.
Two,
That.
one.
I still haven't worked it out. Yeah. So it's the other side of the coin, yes? You would all like to see more. You're not confident there's going to be more. And perhaps that's a little bit of the truth. And leads me to the question I wanted to take around my panel now, which is how could we perhaps split up better the responsibilities for welfare provision more efficiently, perhaps, if it was not all concentrated through the state? And let me go in reverse order. Panos, maybe start with you this time. Do you think there is a bigger role across European countries for the private sector in certain spaces? We know that philanthropy is already picking up a lot of the frontline needs in Greece, in other countries, of some aspects of welfare. Could there be better public-private partnerships that are more sustainable? We've heard that discussed a lot in other panels here. What's your sense about if ultimately people feel we need to keep the same level, but we're not confident the money is going to be there from the state level, could there be more efficient and intelligent ways of sharing the responsibility?
First of all, we need a clarification. Whenever we are talking about, let's say, public-private split, this private is not primarily philanthropy. It is out-of-pocket spending.
Yeah.
Therefore, we must take this thing into account. And then we have, let's say, this thing that was mentioned before as well, as to what is the cost of non-social and so on. Before answering your question, I would like to go back to these figures there. There are two things that we know very well from economic primary literature, but other literature as well. The one is the so-called median voter paradox. If you leave most of the functions of the welfare state at either kind of universalistic or they are targeted towards the bottom of the distribution. Exactly because the distribution of income and wealth is unequal, the median voter is poorer than the mean voter, which means that it has a very strong incentive for redistribution. As a result, there is, let's say, this tendency to increase welfare spending. Where is the constraint there? The constraint is, let's say, on something that one can call effectively some form of a brain drain. If you increase quite a lot my taxes and I'm very productive, I'm simply leaving this country and go somewhere else. Hence, you cannot exploit me. And I have the feeling that all European societies are facing a dilemma like this. Now, to go back to the question that I was asked by Robin, definitely there are areas where we can identify some supplementary role for the private sector. But the core of the functions of the welfare state cannot be given to the private sector.
Core? So just give us core. For you, what is core?
Core. I can tell you. Let me just give you the rationale and you will understand why. There are several arguments in favor of having, let's say, various types of state interventions, both for reasons of equity and for reasons of efficiency. There are several markets that cannot exist. Market against poverty cannot exist. Market against unemployment insurance market for employees simply cannot exist. For such cases, the state intervention is more than necessary. Then there are other areas where we know that private markets can exist. For instance, in their healthcare. However, the example, as was mentioned before, of countries that rely almost exclusively on private provision of healthcare services, the inefficiencies are enormous. The systems are far more expensive. Even in other areas, in pensions, we all know that we will be old at some time, we will not be able to work. So if we are the super rational kind of human beings that economists assume in several instances, we start accumulating wealth in our young years in order to spend it in our later years. All the observations that we have is that this does not happen. And as a result, we end up with problems of elderly poverty and the like. Therefore, there is quite a strong argument there for the intervention of the state and to have, let's say, some sort of rules for pension. Can there be private provisions? Yes, they can. If I want, let's say, a universal healthcare system, there may be, let's say, some particular functions, cosmetic surgery or things like that. This can be private. Likewise, if I want to accumulate more for my old age, etc., even though the function is exactly the same, we are talking about a private provision
for supplementary elements.
Exactly.
Eva, what do you think on this mix here and this blend?
Yes, if I would like to look at the relationship between public and private from three different perspectives. And the first one, of course, is related to the fact that the governments can impose some taxes on the private sector and in that way make the private sector a little bit more responsible financially. That's quite possible, but the possibilities are limited in global markets, as we know. The other way, opportunities for the public sector to buy services from the private sector. We face many questions. Sometimes it's the best way to do it. Sometimes there are questions of quality and cost related. But the third way is really looking at collaborative partnerships between the private sector and the public sector. And as an example of that, I could mention, for example, the ideas of social impact investing, where the idea is that it's a cooperation between the public and private sector enterprises, and their private equity is steered towards projects that are aimed at promoting well-being. So, for example, in social impact bonds, which is one form of social impact investment, the private sector only yields profit if the agreed targets in welfare are met. So there are ways of collaborating in this issue. But then going back to the actual question that was just asked, with the high response rate on no, of course this type of question assumes that public spending is sort of a zero-sum game. But the fact is, for example, did I lose the voice? So when I pay taxes, I don't pay 20% taxes to social welfare, let's say 5% to the military forces and so on. But I pay a certain percentage of my salary to the state and the municipality, and it's also up to the state to redirect some funds between different functions of society. So that's also a question that needs to be addressed.
Ian, how would you take this point? Because the interesting points made about the private sector potentially being able to supplement in a way what might be core provisions that are made then by the state. I've certainly know of private companies that are looking quite seriously at offering unemployment insurance, disability insurance. And I was trying to bring more and more of the responsibility for individuals to take care of their uncertain future, the risk element you were talking about before. And Panos made the point about, healthcare could have a kind of mix, principally maybe universal, but with certain services privatized. How do you see this mix? Could there be a more intelligent mix? And again, I think Eva was a very important point about social impact investing, where you could engage the private sector to deliver efficiency, but the profit element only comes in if you're actually proving that you're more efficient than the state. I mean, these are quite inventive solutions. Do we need to move to more inventive solutions in Europe?
I'm going to feel like a French énarque by saying, j'ai 3 points, I have 3 points.
It's the third 3 points, I guess.
And the first is that when you talk about innovative financial solutions, my one-word response is beware. There is a salutary lesson from the use of private-public partnerships in the UK to build social infrastructure, particularly hospitals and schools, where it looks great. You get a shiny new hospital or school for nothing. You open it, and then you realize that you're paying an enormous de facto rent on it, which is the cost of financing what belongs now to a hedge fund based somewhere in Kansas. So the cost then comes out to you in a very damaging way, because you suddenly realize that your operating budget is being consumed by the capital financing budget. So there's a great risk in getting the capital expenditure through private means wrong, even though it looks like innovative financing when it's been done. My second point is, while I quite agree with Pano that there are certain things that there are not markets for, there is insurance, and you could even get unemployment benefit through a private insurance in principle, because it's an insurable market. My test for this would be, is it a market which is going to be fair as well as efficient?
Yep.
And that trade-off between the fairness of the private system and the efficiency of the private system and the social counterpart is something we have to examine very closely. And then that takes you on to choices, because there are choices in a lot of these areas. This is my third point. There is a choice between having a very comprehensive pension and a sufficient pension, or a living wage kind of pension. It may be that the function of the state should be to give the minimum, enough for a satisfactory living wage, and the remainder goes to private provision, because you can then make choices as an individual over time. Do you want your consumption today, when you're young enough to enjoy it, like you, Robin, or when you're older and you actually don't want somebody else to be paying for it? That's the kind of choice you make. And I think that one other aspect of this is that as new social risks surface, and we should recognize that they are emerging, in many societies, childcare is a relatively new phenomenon. It's well entrenched in the Nordic countries, wherever it comes from, but it's relatively a new phenomenon in many other parts of the world. If you're going to use the public sector to pay for that, you are going to crowd out other budgets. So all of this is going to be about choice. For a certain level of welfare expenditure, how much can you afford on different things?
Yeah.
It's a bit like going to a restaurant saying, do I want the 50 € bottle of wine and the hamburger, or do I want the 10 € bottle of wine and the caviar? That's the choice.
Eva, yeah, your choice.
Well, thank you, Romy. I would actually like to challenge Ian's notion on the idea of be aware. I would like to say to you all, be bold. So the fact is that in our welfare state systems, we usually we base decisions on very carefully planned big systems. But what we really need is a more experimental culture in doing bold experiments in different areas, and because the type of large-scale systemic changes that are needed in many parts of the welfare state, they're very difficult to make, and sometimes sort of an evolutionary development is more effective, where you do a lot of sort of practical experiments, you learn from them, you do new experiments, then you scale them up and so on. So be bold.
But you have to be bold almost at a retail level before you scale, yes? It's hard to be bold at a national level, yeah?
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
And don't jump on bandwagons.
Let me see if we can bring some people. I've warned you that I did want to come to the audience and get some comments. Would anyone like to raise some points? Are you surprised by things that have not been covered so far as we're discussing the future of welfare in Europe? In a way, we've kept it relatively abstract, and we haven't been so much in country by country. But do people have any thoughts or examples or questions? I'm looking. Right, I can see, yeah, there's a lady there with her hand up. If you just keep your hand up for a second, the microphone will come to you.
Robin.
Yeah, lady with the blues, she's standing up there.
Right. Robin, there's a gentleman on the right.
And then we'll have a question here afterwards. Yeah. Okay.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you so much for such an interesting discussion. Going back to the very first statistic that was cited, I'm honestly really confused by it, the idea of 7, 22, and 50, because it assumes that there are contributions around the world to that denominator, and we know that it's really only predominantly wealthy countries that are actually contributing to that denominator. So it just feels like a very artificial statistic to start with. Ian, to use your word, a little stupid. Mm-hmm. And I was just curious why that continues to be discussed, why there hasn't been a broader discussion about the fact that that statistic exists because Europe is in a financial position to be able to afford some kind of social welfare system.
I think that's rather than collecting questions, let's just address that one straight away, because I know Ian wants to come in on it, and it is absolutely fundamental. And let me just say, from a personal standpoint, I know I'm moderating here, but you know, there is some politics behind the use of that, as I think you would imagine, the use of that statistic and the person who uses it most often. But I'll let Ian come in on this, and I may let my other panelists come in behind it. Ian, what about this issue of this statistic? Why not that 50% exactly has got an interesting denominator?
Well, first, the person who's most associated with it happens to be the Chancellor of Germany. And she expresses it for I think, a straightforward, if misguided reason, which is that she perceives Europe's position in the world to be undermined by what she sees as the very, very heavy cost of providing for social welfare, so that when other parts of the world are competing away, Europe loses by having high social charges. Now, I hope I debunked that in my first answer. And even taking the example of US healthcare, that is equally a social charge, which just happens not to be in the well, at least half of it happens not to be in the public sector.
Ian Holland, it's not just about high social charges, surely. It's about that budget deficits are associated with the high social charges.
But it's more, the perspective on this is more to do with the cost imposed on European business in addition to its wage costs.
So the British kind of approach then, who would agree with that?
Yeah, but it's a bit of a false explanation in the straightforward sense that if you take money out of general taxation rather than a tax on labour, it's still somewhere in the system is becoming a cost. Yep. So it's a false dichotomy to say social charges as opposed to other charges. Then there is the overall public deficit question, which I think is the short-term one. I don't think that's really what motivates it. And you're absolutely right that as countries like China age, they're going to spend more on social outlays, and their proportion of the global 100% will erode Europe's 50%. That is an arithmetic certainty.
Yeah. Did anyone else come in on this point? No. Right, the second question there, please. Yep. Stelios. Yep.
I wonder why this question now, that is what interests me. Why all of a sudden everybody seems to be so concerned and questioning the future of social welfare. Western societies, and that includes the US, seem to have benefited for the last 40 or 50 years from very generous and also very acceptable social welfare benefits. What is happening today that is making us to reverse that approach? Is this a financial and economic issue? Because I don't think it is. I don't think societies today are less affluent. I think they're much more affluent than they were the societies that came after the Great Depression, when the New Deal was implemented, and the Great Society under Lyndon Johnson, or what happened in Europe after World War II. And I wonder about two things. Are we experiencing a huge ideological shift where the role of the state increasingly is seen as not as important as it was before? And what is the role of inequality in all this? Yeah. We seem to be living in the most unequal society ever, which means that the appetite to share and the appetite to contribute more is not there. That's the only explanation for it. So does that explain in many ways this questioning of social welfare benefits?
Let me bring the panel in, and I'm going to take the opportunity to say something about it myself as well, Stelios, but let me, Panos Meneva.
Right. I think this is a very interesting kind of a topic of conversation, and let me start from the first question, as Robin has asked it, the statement that he made. Before the crisis, European Union in particular, it was probably the most desirable place. This was, let's say, a beacon of light for several hundreds of millions of people around the world. The situation is not the same nowadays. However, if you see what was the main factor behind it, was indeed the welfare state. Now, if we go to the statistics, we see that there is a continuous increase in welfare spending in almost all European countries, and irrespective of the conditions, from the end of World War II up to today. Somebody can ask this question that was mentioned before as well. Hold on a second. Wasn't there any such a spending before? Yes, there was, and it was on a private basis. Of course, people were getting into old age, perhaps they were working until very late, or they were supported by their families and so on. The difference is that this time, the money is coming through the pooling of resources at the state level. This is the big difference there. Now, this pooling of resources puts some costs. We must not close our eyes and say that everything is ideology. Yes, to a considerable extent, it is ideology. However, if you impose quite a lot of cost of business, simply they move somewhere else. And something else, with increasing mobility in the labor market, we have exactly the same phenomenon, not only in businesses, but in individuals as well. This is something that we must be very, very careful in this particular country as well. Now, if you allow me a diversion for Greece, because there are a lot of Greeks around, and what I'm going to say is contrary to the conventional wisdom here. We are an aging society, and we already spend quite a lot on pensions. However, for my generation to receive a decent pension, this will depend primarily on the next generation, first of all, to stay here, and secondly, to be super productive. If these two conditions do not materialize, if I continue the same practice as successive Greek governments have done to tax increasingly the younger generation so as to pay pensions, either these people will not receive a good education, training, R&D, etc., they will not be very productive, or if we continue like this, they will vote with their feet as they are already doing. And what will be the situation will be, let's say, and unfortunately the political economy is working against this solution. We have more and more elderly people in the electorate body. Unfortunately, we are a democracy. This must be introduced in the public discourse, and a new social contract is needed in the country. Otherwise...
In a way, this issue of the social contract, that it's being re-explored between generations and so on, I think is very important. Eva, did you want to come in on this point at all?
Yes, thank you, Robin. I would go back to the sort of the type of societal discourse that we've had during the last few years, and if we think about the sort of social contract that has arisen in relation to the welfare state in the post-war period, and particularly during recent years, is the idea that the basic role of the state is to provide economic growth and competitiveness. So that's why governments exist. But that actually, so if you read about the societal discussion related to the welfare states, you read a lot about how the welfare provisions are a cost to the economy. You read a lot less about the economy being the tool for providing well-being for citizens. So I think that something has happened in the societal dialogue, and something that needs to be addressed, and we need to remind ourselves that the basic task of any government is the long-term and sustainable well-being of its citizens, and the economy is only a tool for that.
And this actually is a nice moment for me just to say something to this as well, Stelios. I think this issue of a fear of losing global competitiveness, that somehow Europe has been at the top of the global income ladder, has been able to afford a structure that somehow people think it won't be able to afford in the future, perhaps because of a temporal conjuncture with deficits that may not be systemic, but people read into it being systemic because of the conjuncture with the rise of China, competitive economies throughout Asia, Latin America, etc. There's a role then, a question of what is the role of the state? Is the role of the state to protect the citizens through this, or is it actually to be driving growth, competitiveness, even at the expense of what we perceive to be social welfare? And I think a third point tied into this is this idea somehow that the welfare systems in Europe have been captured by vested interests which are competing with each other. So long as the pie is big, everyone's interest gets met. The pie gets smaller. I know this is maybe the wrong way to describe it, but people then start to see, well, who's going to contribute most to future growth, rather than how do we think about protection? And I want to use this excuse to bring, we've got one more question waiting, but to bring Ian in on a point you and I were discussing the other day. There is a big emphasis at the moment, and this is actually part of the project we're working on at the moment, with social investment as this new terminology for the purpose of welfare. Maybe less about protection, more about investment. And I think you've got another way of describing it as well. I mean, is there, to Stelios' point, a shift in the whole way we're thinking about welfare toward one that's more about investment than about protection? Is it right? Is this what's going on?
Well, it's right in one administrative sense, which is that the favoured approach being advocated by the European Commission is called social investment, and it resulted in, just over 2 years ago, in the launch of what was called the Social Investment Package, suggesting new ways forward for the welfare state. In fact, it comes out of academic work that's been going on since about the mid-1990s, representing a turn away from old welfare to this new welfare. Now, if I try to sum it up in a couple of words, each fortunately beginning with C, so you can remember them. The first word is the old model, compensating. If people are hit by some sort of social risk, you try to alleviate that, and you give them compensation. You pay unemployment benefit, you pay sickness benefit, or something like that. The new approach says that many of the problems are dealt with by capacitating, by investing in people in a way which gives them the capacities that are going to prevent future trouble. So the key words in this that come out are going to be prevention, early intervention, and building human and potentially social capital, if anybody's able to define what social capital means, so that you get a more effective and productive society in the future. Now, one straightforward example of this comes from one of the godfathers of this approach, Josta Esping Andersen, who's Danish but lives in Barcelona because he much prefers the climate there to Aarhus. And he says that investing in children, early education for children, is going to mean that they break some of the cycles that we witness in many European countries, where if you are the child of a poor family, you will remain poor throughout your life course. Break that at an early stage, and you're going to get that child no longer being a deviant when it comes to teenagers, being unemployed when the child enters the youth labour market, because you've invested early enough to prevent trouble. Now, that's the basis of this approach. The catch in it, and there's going to be a catch, is that many of the things that it covers, such as childcare for working mothers, or investment in certain categories of education, tends to accrue to the middle of the income distribution and not to the bottom of the income distribution. A working mother, almost by definition, is above an impoverished mother or a drug addict mother or someone who's out of the system. And this has been described by the critics of the social investment approach as the Matthew effect from the Bible: to them that hath shall be given. There is a priest in the room somewhere, I think, and he can confirm this to me. Now, this Matthew effect suggests that you are investing in the future for those who are better off and neglecting those at the bottom who need now. And this is one of the dilemmas that the social investment approach is going to have to confront if it's to be retained as the new approach. It's very different from what Eva described before, which is social impact investment. It's an entirely different phenomenon. Happens to be the same word. Don't be confused by it.
But just to tie back into what all of you were saying on the panel earlier, there's not going to be a single solution. The question is, where's the emphasis? And I think the point here is that the emphasis maybe is moving towards social investment, but you're still going to have to help. You described the drug addict mother or whatever. That will need a different type of intervention, probably. Eva, you want to come in then? I've got to go to the next questions. Yeah.
Yes, I would actually like to bring up an example related to social investing, and the example might surprise you a little bit when I say it's about providing a sort of basic income from everybody, because the first impression that you get is the basic income is a form of universal protection to citizens. But in fact, if we think about, let's say, as a background, I have to tell you that the Finnish new government program has promised to conduct an experiment on basic income in Finland during the next 4 years. So it's reality that it's being tried out. But the idea with the basic income is actually that it's expected to really activate people towards seeking at least partial employment, and so the idea is that the experiment will be designed in such a way that each euro earned will add up to the income of the individuals, and in a way it really enables the people to fully utilize their resources into activities that are productive for the society, instead of using all of their energy in just trying to acquire the support needed for basic food and shelter and so on. So that's one interesting example of social investing.
And I know Europe is, the whole discussion about minimum wages is now becoming much more established within Europe, which strikes me as being a little bit on the same thing. Let me bring the question in, and I can get more people. I've got one question here. Any other questions? Hands going up, because we could maybe regain time and get ourselves back onto the agenda. So yeah, if we take one here, and then I see a gentleman with his hand up behind you. So yeah.
Thanks. Mark Stern, University of Pennsylvania. I guess from the American standpoint, the issue of total social spending can be quite misleading. There's this notion that the U.S. has been a welfare laggard, but in terms of aggregate social spending, we're actually quite comparable to many of the European countries. It's just that a large portion of that is employer-based and private contributions. But there are really two issues in terms of that spending. First of all, it's the fastest growing part, well, 3 points. It's the fastest growing part of welfare spending. Secondly, it's totally a function of very generous tax breaks given to employers and to individuals to invest in pensions, what have you. And thirdly, the distribution of those tax breaks is hugely unequal. So what we've seen over the past generation is this expansion of social spending, almost all of which accrues in the form of tax breaks to high-income individuals. And I guess my question is, first of all, is that a phenomenon from the European standpoint? I guess I'll leave it with that.
Yeah, thank you. And then there was a gentleman further behind you who had his hand up, I think. Yep, exactly. Joao. It is Joao. Just recognized him. And yep, and I can see another hand going up. And another hand going up. Good. So it's just let's get a few points in, then we can take them all. And agreed, we'll try and wrap up at 35. Yep. Back on time.
Hello. João Pedro from Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation in Portugal, the other lover of Europe, and not only Greece. Portugal's a problem. I was hearing the discussion, and I prefer to go back. I'm a generalist, not a specialist, and I like to see the big picture. And Eva has discussed it. The problem is not social welfare; it's an environmental thing, an ambiental problem. When you discuss social welfare, you have to discuss social state. In Portugal, social state brings us 40 years back when we have 70% of people with literacy to a country where people has the best childhood mortality in the world. We are second after Japan. It was social state, it was the private state, it was social welfare. And we have to see the big picture. And when you look at the European Union, you see a monetary union, but you not see a really political union. And that's the problem. We are an hostage of financial problems, and we are not discussing real economy. We are not discussing social issues. So now we have a problem, a financial problem. We have to solve them, but we have to solve in the same way the European cohesion around real economy and real social issues. It's not a problem that Greeks can retire at age 50 and Germans at the age 67. If we are all in the same space, the age of retirement is the same for all of us. And when you not discuss this 30 years ago, now you have the impact of this problem. So I would like to go back to the real issue, is the social cohesion inside of Europe and not the social welfare.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this gentleman, up there with the green T-shirt. Yeah.
Yes, I want to make two questions. The first question is to Mrs. Eva Hellstrom, from what Ian told before, that the policies of Mrs. Merkel went much more up in European Union. Sometimes we see also that the Finnish policies are much more up than Mrs. Merkel policies. So we want to know how is the social welfare system in Finland, so that we want to see the contradiction between the social welfare system in Greece and the social welfare system in Finland. The second is to Mrs. Tsakloglu. You said that the generation now pays the taxes so that the pensions will be paid to the older generations. There is a disagreement here that the older generations say that they have already paid these taxes for their pensions now. Yeah. Is this truth or not?
That's a political question, not a technical question as well. No. There was a lady over here. Yeah, please. Yep, so it'll be on.
My name is Mirtok Xanthopoulou. I work at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. I just wanted to naturally perhaps bring philanthropy within the context. So perhaps it's a question actually. Is it a middle ground between the way the market works and the way the state works? And if yes, should it provide perhaps an increasing role, not exclusive of course, but increasing role in social welfare and add to this discussion? Thanks.
I'm glad you asked that question because actually we have a question on that ready as well, which we're going to be able to bring in answer to it. And I think that maybe actually, why don't we go in reverse order that way because we'll run out of time otherwise. Why don't we take this last question about the role of philanthropy and then let's move back into some of these other questions about the Finnish versus the German model and intergenerational equity and the ones that were asked here a minute ago. But because I think when we've talked about collaboration, the bit that we haven't had the chance to talk about as much yet is philanthropy. Could you put the next question up, please, on the role of philanthropic organizations on this? Yeah, so, you know, the way we phrased it here, might not be perfect phrasing, should private philanthropy take on more of the future burden of providing social services? Now, you know, we can debate whether that question is exactly phrased right, but this is the way we phrased it, and we'd like to get your sense on this particular question. We've seen what a role they're playing in Greece and other parts of the world. Please put your questions, your answers now. You've only got 5 seconds yet. Ian's been down here. 3, 2, 1. This time we got it right. Okay. Wow. Interesting. Interesting balance here. I can interpret myself why maybe it's of that, but I'll let my colleagues here interpret their comments on it. So I don't think we've got time for any more questions. We need to stick pretty much according to the schedule here. But we've got a nice group of questions to finish up with. Panos, do you want to go first? And I'll come down this way a little bit. And you had one particular question addressed to you on the generational issue in Greece and pension paying. But you may want to also tackle a couple of the other questions there about aggregate social spending, etc., in the US and whether there's differences.
Actually, there are 3 of the 4 questions that I would like 2 of them to reply briefly and 1 at slightly more length. About the United States, the total spending, private plus public, the OECD is producing statistics like that, and if you see what's happening there, is that the difference in total spending is not substantially different in OECD than in the European countries. However, the redistributive effect of the American policy is substantially more weak than in the European policy, and this speaks volumes there, and this precisely for the reason that you mentioned. All these benefits are going primarily, let's say, to the middle and upper classes, especially if it is in the form of tax breaks. Regarding the question about European Union and what's happening, I mean, the question was formulated in a way as if European Union was a state. European Union is not a state. Perhaps some part of the European Union, for reasons of necessity, and I hope that Greece will be part of it, will become some part of a state formation. However, we are not yet at that point. And definitely one of the areas where it is explicitly in the national competencies is exactly welfare policy. Now, if we go to the specific question about Greece, all generation paid well. There is a doctoral student of mine, now she's at the University of Essex, who has done precisely this thing, examining what was the rate of return of pensions in Greece. A very large sample, especially of ICA employees and so on. Just to give you, let's say, a very brief kind of an answer. If I was asking, unfortunately, we do not have you know, a relevant question there. It would have been very interesting to tell you, out of 100 pensioners, current pensioners according to the rules that were before the crisis in Greece, and assuming that the contributions that they were getting a 2% real rate of return per year. This is very high. Normally, pension funds do not have so high rates of return there. Do you think, what was the proportion of the people who actuarially will receive more than they contributed? Let me give you the answer. It is 100%. We didn't find observations that were below this thing. And for some parts of the population, the rates of return were staggering indeed. Now, if you notice there, whenever there is, let's say, a pensioner complaining on the television and so on, do you remember what he or she is claiming? How many years I worked. However, this is not what matters for a pension system. It's how many years you contributed. This observation that was made by our Prime Minister that the retirement age in Greece is more or less the same as in Germany is absolutely accurate. However, there is a difference. The average Greek pensioner retires with 23 years of contribution in the age of 61. The corresponding German has almost 35 years of contributions. The difference is enormous, believe me. Now, on the final thing, yeah, I'd better stop here.
Yeah. Okay, that's a very interesting statistic, 23 years versus 35 years contribution. And then maybe that leads us to the question, one specifically to you, Eva, about Finland is bracketed somewhat with Germany quite often in debates about the future of Europe. I'll take that question and a couple of others.
Yeah, I think it's worth emphasizing that I think the questioner's intention was to say Finland is one of those attacking Greece.
Yeah. Eva, over to you.
Terminology, please.
I'm trying to moderate and Ian's trying to stir. I mean, you know.
Yes. Well, the Finnish policies in regard to Greece it's a tough one, and of course, I think as a background, it's important to remember that Finland is really one of the small economies in the European Union, and there has been a lot of sort of a political debate on that. But I would rather not go into policy making too far in this perspective.
But the question was also about that if Finland is a country that's critical of the kind of, let's say, the overspending scene that's taken place in Greece, what is it that Finland is doing? Is it more like Germany?
Yes. Or is it, so what we're doing in Finland at the moment is that we're facing similar types of pressures on the public welfare system as all the other countries. And our system is based on pretty much on principles of universality and investing in the future. But the thing is that despite all this economic pressure on the system, these are principles that we are not wanting to disregard. We will continue with these principles, but really focus a lot of effort in reforming the system, the way that the whole welfare system is governed, and trying to find efficiency from that perspective. And I hope that the experiences from that may be useful also for other countries.
So Eva's point to the specific question, that they're looking more at the efficiency of these returns. And I would simply note that Alexander Stubb, your former prime minister, who is now finance minister, made a very, I thought, interesting comment in the lead up to one of the last finance ministers' meetings, where he said, look, Finland is now a country that faces its own problems, which wasn't the case so much 2 or 3 years ago.
Exactly.
And we know when to listen rather than when to preach. And we're not going to be preaching for a while. So I thought it was an intelligent comment by Alexander Stubb. Sorry, over to you, Panos.
Okay.
Well, let me play devil's advocate. For 2 years, I was representing Greece to the Euro Working Group, where all these technical debates were taking place, and also in Eurogroup as an alternate to Yannis Tournaras. Indeed, Finland was one of the toughest countries towards Greece. However, what was the argument there? The argument there was that, look, guys, but early in the 1990s, we went through a severe crisis. We didn't have any external help or anything like this, and we managed to survive. We gave you the largest loan ever provided in history. We anticipate to get something back from this. Therefore, please do. What did you promise to do there? You promised to do this famous or infamous structural reforms. This is the only way for your economy to grow. You promised to do it and you do not do it. This was the argument there. And believe me, I was in a rather weak position whenever I was to reply to an argument like this. Mind you, this does not mean that Greece has not done reforms, as many people claim. We have done, and we have done quite a lot. However, we are starting from very, very low. And all this process must continue.
Yeah. And this does not mean that we don't have structural problems. We definitely have a lot of structural problems also in our system. But I think that approaching, addressing the structural problems is really the way forward.
And you said earlier, Eva, you in disagreeing with Ian, you said we must be bold at this time. We must be, so
yes.
You're definitely trying for new options. Ian, you're going to get the last word on some of these questions, and maybe you could say also something about the philanthropy, because people haven't come into that so far, the kind of role it should play. We had an interesting question there. So
I will try to pick up some of the questions that have been left hanging. First, on Mark's question about whether Europe is experiencing the same phenomena as you're observing in the US. I'll give you an indirect answer, which is that I'm frequently asked, what is the definition of the European social model? My answer is in 2 parts. There is one, and you can only define it by what it is not, which is the US and the Chinese or other models. So it's a negative definition. It gives it, in a way, the answer to your question. A lot of it is socialized. It's based on norms which are broadly accepted across Europe in ways that would be fatally undermined if you had the same sort of approach as you had in the US that you were describing. To Joao's question about the social cohesion or the social level in Europe, having said there's a European social model, I will now retract that and say the opposite. There are multiple European social models, and we tinker at our peril with the contents of those because there are certain things which have evolved over the years to be totemic in certain countries. Now, Robin and I are very familiar with the fact that we have something called the National Health Service in the UK, which is not a health service, it's a religion. Everybody has to sign up to it. In fact, it's not uncommon to find that when somebody proposes some public expenditures, like saying, let's build a bridge, the price will not be expressed in pounds sterling, it will be in nurses. That bridge will cost you 10,000 nurses. That's the mentality in the UK. In France, the word solidarity is pervasive. You have to use the word solidarity when you think about social systems. Therefore, the word social investment is treated like this in France, even though they do quite a lot of it. In Greece and in Italy, pensions have a very strong hold on the public imagination. So harmonizing all of this at European level in the way Joao asks is an extremely tricky political deal if it were to happen. And it's one of the reasons I think that we see a lot of progress in what's sometimes called negative integration in Europe, the market making, far less on the positive integration of similar social standards. Now, I'll say something very briefly about the philanthropy question, because here I think that the poll itself suggests to us that it is not an alternative to the social side. And there are a number of reasons that you can put forward for that. One is simply scale. Philanthropy collectively, even you add in all the voluntary sector, the churches, and not just the philanthropic foundations, you are not going to get to a scale of spending of the sort that the state is able to do. So it simply is a different order of magnitude. And being a different order of magnitude, it has different priorities. A second concern is that many philanthropists will have their own agenda. They will say, like the Gates Foundation does, our concentration is on dealing with preventable diseases in Africa. Very, very, very laudable activities. But it's not going to deal comprehensively with the problems in Africa because they will be left to other sources of funding and resources. And the third is that sometimes with philanthropy, you find that the focus is something that isn't necessarily voted for in a way which coincides with what the populations want. At least with the social system, you as voters have the chance to vote for it. It may be that what Panna was describing arises, which is that a large block of aging population votes for higher spending because they know somebody else is going to pay for it. But that's democracy.
That seemed like a final word, but Eva, very short comment.
Yeah,
You've got to finish.
Just a short comment, because going into democracy, the fact is that the voting rates in Europe are decreasing, and in fact, it is very often the most deprived that are not voting. So that means that the democratic decision-making does not always provide for the most deprived people. So in that sense, we cannot rely on democratic decisions only.
Fair point. Now, look, we've obviously opened a long discussion. We've saved a bit of time back for the next sessions and so on, for the TED Talks and so on. But we, as a group, will be undertaking future research in the space. We'll be having a report out, or some reports out in November. Please do keep in touch if you've got ideas that you'd like us to incorporate into the study. We'd be delighted to do so. A big thank you, I think, to have this opportunity to raise the issue of welfare within the sustainability debate here in Europe. Because I think, as you could tell, both from the different viewpoints of our three panelists, who I think all did a fantastic job, and the very good questions here, this really is at a core issue of Europe's identity, I think, ultimately as well. If we get it wrong, I think politically we'll have a much tougher period for the future. So a big thank you to the panel, big thank you to all of you for questions. Thank you very much.
We move on now with the two TED-like talks. And I would like to introduce and call upon Dr. Harold Kaplowitz. He's the founder and president of the Child Mind Institute. He would be speaking today about childhood mental illness towards a more sustainable approach. Dr. Kaplowitz.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, I just want to make a comment about the Stavros Niarchos Park and Cultural Center. I'm a New Yorker, so for me, it was the most phenomenal experience because it felt like Central Park, Lincoln Center, and Sesame Street all rolled up into one. But what was most remarkable is how multi-generational it was, that you could see little kids playing and having a great time, which I think you could see in lots of parks all over the world, but you saw parents and grandparents, and you actually saw parents learning about sustainability. I watched how parents seemed completely enraptured with a talk about compost. And I thought, where else would someone be able to have your kids playing, your parents watching, and you learning about what to do and how to save the environment? So today's talk is going to be about child mental health and a current approach which is totally unsustainable. So I want all the parents in the room to think for a second how you know the answers to when your son or daughter comes to your bed in the middle of the night and says, I don't feel well, my tummy hurts. You know what to do. You get out of bed, you go get the washcloth, you get the ginger ale, and maybe you get some Tylenol. And you hopefully don't wake up your spouse. You know what to do when your child says to you, I'm in pain. You pick up the phone, you call the pediatrician, you might go to the emergency room, you might get an x-ray. But what do you do when your child doesn't get invited to birthday parties? When your child is so nervous they can't leave the house? What do you pull out of the medicine chest then? What do you do when your child starts to fail at school and has no success and there seems to be no reason? Is it a wonder that parents get ashamed and also get angry? Because you see, there is no thermometer or x-ray for childhood mental illness or learning disabilities. And while we don't yell at a kid or get angry at a kid for having 102 temperature, we very often get very annoyed, upset, disgusted, as I said before, ashamed of the child who's not doing well, or who's misbehaving, or who's anxious and isn't performing. And so 5 years ago, we established the Child Mind Institute to shed light on the 20% of kids across the world who have one of these disorders and bring them out of the dark. Because as you'll see shortly, these are kids who suffer from very common illnesses. Their illnesses are very real and they're very treatable, but by and large, they get ignored. So in 2009, we established the Child Mind Institute, an institution that's exclusively dedicated to expanding our knowledge about the developing brain and how we treat kids with mental illness and learning disabilities. Now, in the United States, there are 17 million kids under the age of 18 who have or have had a learning disability, or more importantly, a mental illness, a real mental illness with debilitating symptoms. Now, what does that compare to? 17.1 million compared to 7 million kids with asthma, 7 million kids with peanut allergy, 200,000 with diabetes, and 11,500 with cancer. So therefore, mental illness are the most common illnesses of childhood and adolescence. And the thing that's important to remember is that 75% of all psychiatric illness occurs before the age of 24 and 50% before the age of 14. So the majority of people almost everyone seems to be above 24. So the psychiatric illnesses we can get now are we can get post-traumatic stress disorder, we might get depression, and we are more likely to get dementia than anything else. But the real debilitating illnesses come on early in life. Autism, ADHD, anxiety disorders, obsessive compulsive disorder. And on average in the States, the United States, which has one of the better mental health systems for children, it takes on average 2 years from the onset of symptoms before a parent goes and gets any kind of help for their child. The most common disorders are anxiety disorders, and the reason for that is that the kids are quiet. They know what's going on in their head. They may have thoughts that they can't get rid of. They may have to keep washing their hands. They may also be very fearful that something bad will happen to mom or dad. They might not be able to go to school. But by and large, or they're socially phobic. In fact, they're so pathologically self-conscious, there's a group of kids who are selectively mute. They'll talk to mom and dad, but they will not talk to other people who they see as strangers, including their teacher. The teacher sees that not as an anxiety, but a teacher sees that as a kid who's being oppositional and defiant. And those kids are at higher risk, all of those kids with anxiety disorders, to getting depression later on during their teen years. Their brain is being primed for depression, and they're more likely to abuse alcohol or other substances. The important part about this is that, unfortunately, the majority of these kids will never get treated. In fact, 80% of kids with anxiety disorders never get treated. 60% of kids with depression don't get treated. And we do a little bit better with ADHD and behavioral disorders because they're disruptive. They bother the other kids in class. They bother their parents. They bother their teachers because they're very non-compliant. But still, the costs of doing this, of ignoring these disorders, is tremendously high. It's over $202 billion in lost costs in the United States a year for keeping many of these kids in jail and in lost productivity. You also will find that 70% of the kids in the juvenile justice system meet the diagnostic criteria for a psychiatric illness. So we know where these kids are going, because at risk, these kids go untreated. What happens is they're more likely to have academic failure, they're more difficulty with others, more likely to have school dropout, more likely to have teen pregnancy, and more likely to have unemployment later on in life, and certainly have more interactions with the juvenile justice system. And this is the cost that's really too high for any of us to pay. Every year, this past year it was 4,600, the year before it was 5,000 young people in the United States between the ages of 14 and 24 commit suicide. To make it worse, 600,000 young people show up in emergency rooms every year in the United States because of a serious suicide attempt. And people who attempt are more likely to complete suicide. Now, it's an incredibly dangerous age. Adolescence is not when you're supposed to die, and the leading cause of death for adolescents is accidents. The second is suicide, and the third is homicide. So what makes them so at risk? So the important part is that they don't have the same brains as adults. And most parents don't realize this. They don't realize that's the reason their kids are being so difficult, why no becomes such an important word in adolescence. But I want to tell you a story about a young man named Tyler Clementi, 19 years old, a freshman at Rutgers University, a public university in New Jersey. And he had the misfortune of having a terrible roommate who suspected that Tyler was maybe gay and wasn't sure if he was or wasn't gay. And the roommate put a camera in his room and filmed Tyler making out, kissing another boy. Nothing more, no other sexual act, just kissing. And he showed that video to 150 people at Rutgers. Now, Tyler's response to this, the incredible shame, the incredible hopelessness, was that Tyler jumped off the George Washington Bridge the next day and committed suicide. Now, if you think that shame, doing something shameful would cause you to commit suicide, in the United States we have many politicians who have done remarkably shameful things. We had a congressman named Anthony Weiner who was actually sharing pictures of parts of his body, and and someone who has a last name of Wiener should never send pictures of his body anywhere. But we also had, unfortunately, President Clinton and Governor Spitzer from New York and Governor Schwarzenegger from Connecticut, who shamed their families and were seen by millions and millions of people having to be embarrassed by this. And none of them made a suicide attempt. So the difference is that adolescents have different brains. They have a prefrontal cortex, a part of their brain that tells you to stop, to think, to use a condom, to put a helmet on, to not drink too much. And that prefrontal cortex doesn't connect to the back of your brain, the limbic section, which is where you have the drive, and it says drink, have fun, let's dance, orgasm, and it doesn't connect to that back part. It doesn't have that governor until you're 25. There's a reason why Hertz and all the other car rental companies don't let you rent a car until you're 25. Now, it's not because they have neuroscientists at these institutions. They just figured out that the car accidents that people have between 18 and 25 are just bad business, and so it's better not to rent to them. But what's really happening, it's really a neurological or neuroscience kind of connection that doesn't mature. The brains of adolescents don't mature until 25. And once you hit 25, suicide rates actually drop precipitously. So we can't afford to keep losing almost 5,000 kids every year just in the United States. So how do you change this? Because currently we have shortages in every area. We have 17 million kids in the United States with psychiatric illness, and you have 7,500 child psychiatrists. You have 4,500 child psychologists, and you have too few school psychologists. So basically, you have a very small army to fight a very big set of diseases. You also have to recognize that these diseases are treatable. Yesterday, the group from Johns Hopkins was talking about evidence-based. We have evidence-based psychosocial interventions, and we have some medicines that actually work for kids who have specific disorders. And very rarely do those interventions get given to the right kids. In fact, most of the kids, as I said, don't get treated. But what you have to also recognize is that without the thermometer, without that X-ray, without that blood test, that diagnostic test, you're still doing medicine the old-fashioned way. You're taking a history. So if I start having chest pain right now and it radiates down my left arm, you have to suspect that I'm having a heart attack. And until you take me to the doctor and get an EKG and maybe an ultrasound, we can't say it's heartburn. The problem is in psychiatry, we still just do histories. We talk to the kid, we talk to the mother and father, we might talk to a teacher. So to change this, to improve the diagnostic process, to get rid of the shame, to get rid of that stigma, we have to reimagine how we can tackle this. And in the United States, in fact, in the rest of the world, we've done this with other diseases. By the way, you're looking at kids with polio over there, and you're also looking at a mammogram. So if what you're talking about is that these are the most common set of diseases. We also have an urgent need for research. So while we're spending $202 billion, in our country we only spend $240 million on research for mental illness under the age of 24. So we have to go back. If a country or a world could tackle polio, and there was a time where people were so afraid of polio that you literally would, if a kid started coughing and you thought it might be the beginning signs of polio, you made the radio go louder. You were just petrified. And there were iron lungs throughout the world where kids would actually have their breathing done and just their head was outside the iron lung. And it was only until the world came together with a president, FDR, with a March of Dimes, with scientists, celebrities, everyone coalescing and saying, how do we tackle this? From basic science, from bench researchers, and they did the largest clinical trial ever, and you got a vaccine. The same thing happened with breast cancer. Until we had BRCA and BRCA1 and BRCA2, those genes really transformed the way we started to think about the detection of breast cancer. That women were basically told once a month to examine their breasts. The compliance with that was poor, the detection was poor, and now we know the people who are at most risk are getting most attention. And I think the one that all of us can remember is HIV. There was a time where people were so frightened by AIDS that we didn't let kids go to school who were positive. Yesterday I was thinking about it when the woman from the Elizabeth Glaser Foundation was up there. Elizabeth Glaser was the wife of a relatively well-known TV actor, and she got AIDS because of a blood transfusion while she was in the hospital delivering her kids. And so both of her children developed AIDS through her, one through the blood transfusion and one through when the child was being delivered. And this woman, basically, because of the poor treatment her child got and not permitting her oldest child to go to school, who eventually died, really took on society, really made us rethink the fact that we were talking about a virus and that we had to fight the virus and we had to fight the stigma. And today, unfortunately, that Elizabeth Glaser is long gone, but the work that she did changed the way we could think about a deadly disease. And yet, more kids will die from suicide this year than from all the kids who will die from AIDS, cancer, pneumonia combined. So we have a different kind of epidemic. And today, because of the development of lots of different scientists, we've turned a lethal disease into a chronic illness. So can you imagine us diagnosing a heart condition without an EKG, or cancer without a biopsy? That's where we still are with child mental illness. It's still history-taking. And so we need answers now. And the way to do this is to start thinking about something else that I think Nancy Cass talked about yesterday, big data and open science. That if you only have little silos, you'll never be able to change the way we think about these illnesses. So what we're about to do, in fact, we started May 1st, is we're collecting data on 10,000 kids. Now, how do you collect data on 10,000 kids? Since there's a shortage of mental health professionals, we basically decided that we're going to give away 10,000 clinical evaluations. And we're going to say to parents who are worried about their kids between the ages of 5 and 21, if you have a child you're worried about, we'll give them a free psychiatric evaluation, free psychological testing, screening for learning disabilities, diet and fitness evaluation, cardiac status, and we'll also look at an EEG and a functional MRI. And the cost of this is that you'll let us use this data and share it with scientists around the world, de-identified. So your child's identity will never be known. And so you're not only going to be getting a first class or gold standard workup, you're going to also benefit others. Now, for those of you who have ever done research, you know that you come up with a great idea and no one comes. You know, it's not like you will build it and they'll come. This is one time I've been participating in a big study where we decided to start on the island of Staten Island, one of the 5 boroughs of New York City, the most neglected, the most forgotten island. It's a borough. It's literally an island. And when I contacted the president of the borough, a man named Jimmy Odo, he actually said, what's the catch? You're going to give away 1,000 free clinical evaluations this first year. And, you know, and I explained the whole thing about research. He said, and you're starting in Staten Island? Nothing starts in Staten Island. Well, this turned out to be a terrific idea because we opened up on May 1st, and we've had 117 families sign up to have their children evaluated. In fact, already 42 kids have gone through this 8 to 10 hour evaluation. So it's done over 2 days. But the more important part is open science. Everyone talks about it, but that's what's made the breakthroughs. And again, yesterday someone talked about the Children's Oncology Program. That was a brilliant idea where pediatric oncologists decided, let's share data. In fact, they did better. Let's do the same chemotherapy this year, and we'll all get much more data this way. So what we have been doing for the last few years is we've actually, we've been sharing our data from a previous study with people as we go. So if you share before you publish, it's a little difficult if you're trying to work your way up the academic ladder, but if the idea is to get the answer and not another paper on your CV, this is the way to go. So with this one study, we have published only 6 articles, but other people have published 46. In total, for the last 4.5 years, we have published 48 articles, but 632 articles have been published by others using our data and giving credit to our biobank. But I think the important part here is that if you can find a biological root, if you could be able, and by the way, functional MRI is one of the most amazing new technologies. So if you put a child in a functional MRI, Now, there's a challenge here because you have to put them in there and they have to lie still. If anyone has had an MRI, you'll know for some of us, it's a particularly unpleasant experience. I didn't know I was claustrophobic until I went into the functional MRI. The truth of the matter is I went in because I had this splitting headache, and an internist told me, oh, when you have such a bad headache that wakes you up from your sleep, you have to have an MRI. And I thought, it's an allergy. I know it's allergy time. And he put me into the machine, and they said it'll be 25 minutes. And I swear I felt like I was in an episode from 1984, you know, where the rat was going to eat my face. The whole thing was banging and clanging. And after around 2 minutes, I said into the microphone, I'm done. And they said back, oh no, you have 23 minutes. And I said, no, you don't understand, I'm done. And they took me out, I was sweating. And I said to them, can I please have some Valium? If you give me Valium, you can do whatever you want to me. And they start whispering, and they say, no, 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 we don't have Valium. I said, it's a hospital, you have Valium. And get a doctor here and give me intravenous Valium. I want 5 milligrams because I don't want to wait the 20 minutes. And you can hear them talking, and they're saying, oh, he's a psychiatrist. I said, I'm anxious, not deaf. I mean, what is the problem here? And so they give you the Valium, and then you can go in, you're perfectly okay. But if you're trying to do a functional MRI, they were doing a structural MRI, you want to see how the brain is working. And so these kids can take medicine when you put them into these machines. So you actually have to practice with a mock machine beforehand so that the kid will lie still. And it's one of the reasons we stay open from 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night, 7 days a week, so that we can keep doing this and get good data. The other thing is we've hired engineers who are figuring out what to do with getting data when the kid moves. How can we make the collection of this data more worthwhile than just noisy? So it turns out that when you are lying still, or resting or sleeping, your brain is incredibly active. It is connecting to itself. In fact, your brain is dying to connect to different parts of your brain. And you're actually more active than when you're listening to me or when I am talking to you when you're at rest or at sleep. So it's a very powerful tool to do resting state functional MRI. And it turns out that our initial data on the first 1,000 kids we did in the last few years has shown there are different patterns of connections. And you can actually tell a difference between a group of kids who has attention deficit disorder with hyperactivity versus a group of kids who have attention deficit disorder without hyperactivity versus a group of kids who have autism with ADHD. Now, we can't tell individual differences, and that's why you need the 10,000. And you also need more scientists. You need computer engineers. You need statisticians. You need statisticians. You need geneticists. And frankly, one institution can't buy all those people. But if you have gold standard data, everyone will look at it. That's why 632 articles have been published. So we have a group of geneticists at Rockefeller. We have a group of statisticians at Johns Hopkins. We happen to have groups in Australia who are looking at our data literally as we're releasing it with the goal to see specific differences. And more importantly, once the 10,000 are collected, then you want people to start following a group of these kids over a longitudinal period. So I just told you what we're going to be collecting. Why cardiovascular fitness and nutritional and fitness data? There's no doubt there's a connection between obesity and psychiatric illness, but it goes both ways. Amazingly, kids who have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, kids who move around more than average, kids who take psychostimulants, which decrease your appetite, Ritalin, over the long run are heavier than their matched controls. So there is no doubt that something is going on in both the cardiovascular system or in the way they're metabolizing food that we think it's important for us to look at this. Now, how do you do this? So we start on Staten Island, and we've decided that we're going to participate and hang out with people we wouldn't typically do. So it's politicians, it's baseball players. In fact, on July 4th, the Yankees have a minor league team in Staten Island, and so we're going to have Healthy Brain Network Day in Staten Island at the Yankees. And so instead of one person throwing out the opening pitch, we literally have 10 kids who've just finished the evaluation, and they're all going to throw the pitch at the same time, hopefully not to one catcher. And so the idea is that literally on the ferry that goes from New York to Staten Island, we're actually putting a sign up that's saying for free evaluations who to contact. The goal being that if this first year we can meet the 1,000 that we want, then the second year you open up a site in Brooklyn, another site in Queens the following year. So over 5 years you'll be able to collect the 10,000, but more importantly, the data will be analyzed and mostly published on by others around the world. And the other piece is that we've decided to follow something that's been very effective here, and that's using a mobile unit. So typically, mobile units are used for pediatric care, for neurological care, but almost rarely, if ever, for psychiatric care. So we have a mobile unit which will go to parts in the beginning of Staten Island where people don't typically feel comfortable or want to go the 5 or 6 miles to the clinic, where their kids will get a stress test, can get the EEG, can get their bloods drawn. We can set all of this up before they have to come to the clinic to finish the evaluation. So we're trying all different ways of, first of all, looking at an interesting clinical model. The other interesting part is, what do you do once you finish and evaluate these kids and they need treatment? So we have spent the last 6 months talking to people on the island of Staten Island who can provide evidence-based care. It turns out there aren't enough people there who can do it. It turns out people from Staten Island will not come to Manhattan. So we found out that they will go to Brooklyn, right over the bridge, and they will go to New Jersey. So we've identified providers in a distance that they're willing to travel to, so that in case a child gets identified and needs more treatment, we're building basically a mental health net that we hope will exist over the next 5 years, and hopefully even when we're finished with the research, that net will be something that New York will continue to use. So in closing, I just want to tell you that what we have now isn't sustainable. We have kids going to jail. We have kids dropping out of school. We have many, many kids, in fact, the overwhelming majority of kids who have these disorders, who go untreated. And untreated, the risk, not only for them hurting themselves or not being contributors to society, is exceptionally high. And if we talk about the fact of a social system, a social welfare system, the fact that we can ignore someone's mental health and not treat it with the same respect, the same robust research as we've been doing for physical illness, is truly a disservice not only to those children because they don't get to live the lives that they potentially could have, but it's also a tremendous disservice, both economically and morally, in my opinion, to our society, because there's this large group that never will be able to be active members and active contributors to what we hope the future holds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kaplowitz. Our next speaker is Dr. Stephen Friedman. He's the clinical professor of surgery at the Weill Cornell Medical College, and he will be speaking to us today about sustainability in healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Stelios. Good afternoon. This month, thousands of students graduated from medical schools around the world. And like millions of new physicians before them, they took the Hippocratic Oath or something similar. As part of that oath, they promised to prevent disease whenever possible because prevention is preferable to cure. Tell me if you think we've kept our oath. Hospitals generate 8% of man-made greenhouse gases. Healthcare facilities generate 6 million tons of waste every year. In the US, hospitals consume 73 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity each year. Contrast that with about 10,000 for the typical home. And most of it comes from fossil fuels. How's this for an oath broken? The asthma and respiratory illnesses resulting from hospital-generated air pollution cost $600 million a year to treat. The fact is, the average hospital uses more total energy than any other commercial building type. And the reason is simple. We don't get to turn out the lights or shut and lock the doors. Hospitals operate all day, and as a result, they leave a large environmental footprint on their communities. Shouldn't we get a pass, though? After all, we're taking care of sick patients and saving lives every day. Shouldn't it be business as usual? I think the answer is no, and here are a few reasons why hospitals must change. I've already shown you, the healthcare industry accounts for 10% of spending in the world's developed nations. Sustainability is not a fleeting trend. More healthcare administrators are realizing this, and maintenance of competitive positions depends on it. Hospitals must also change because caring for the health of our patients is inseparable from caring for the health of our environment. Many studies have shown that healing or healthy environments contribute to patient satisfaction and a sense of well-being. Something as simple as looking out the window onto a green roof rather than a tar roof studded with air conditioning units promotes a sense of well-being and actually aids healing. Within the next 5 years, sustainability should be part of the mission plan and business plan of every hospital. To determine how hospitals achieve sustainability, we need to look at their purchasing and operations and their building and construction. Under purchasing and operations, we have to look at supply chain activity and the use of energy, water, and chemicals. It turns out that supply chain managers play a critical role in hospitals achieving sustainability. They're involved in almost every decision made within the industry. That puts them in a unique position to reduce the harm that these bad spending decisions have had on human health and the environment. Supply chain managers need to be aware of renewable resource content, the durability of the products that they buy, and seemingly mundane issues like packaging and disposal. They have to use a new cost-benefit analysis. It's no longer sufficient to go out and buy the cheapest product on the market. Supply chain managers must consider the total cost of a product from cradle to grave, as well as the materials that go into making them. They need to use a life cycle cost analysis, which considers environmental and social costs to identify the least resource-intensive choices. This calculus includes resource extraction, manufacturing, transportation, and waste disposal. Total cost ownership is another way to analyze the true cost of a product. It considers additional compliance and insurance costs, employee health and safety, and employee satisfaction. Community support is particularly important because when a community embraces sustainable principles, healthier lifestyles result. The actual utilization and expected life of products is also important. Supply chain managers need to ask more detailed questions about their products. Do they contain plant-based renewable material? Are they compostable or recyclable? Are they durable? Can they be easily fixed or upgraded? Are there hazardous waste issues or compliance issues? How much energy and water went into making the product? And what was the product's total contribution to greenhouse gases? Supply chain managers also need to know a little bit about organic chemistry because many of the products that they buy contain potentially dangerous chemicals like PBTs, DEHP, and bisphenol A. I can't tell you what these stand for because I'd run over my allotted time, but they're basically different kinds of plastics and plasticizers. A plasticizer is a chemical that's used to make plastic soft and malleable so that it can be put into as many products as possible, such as the water bottles you drink from, the bristles in your toothbrush, the keyboards in your laptop, and the shirt on your back. In the hospital, these chemicals are found in IV tubing, IV bags, blood bags, and the plastic tubes that we use to intubate the GI and respiratory tracts. Now, this would be fine except for the fact at certain levels, these chemicals are toxic to the liver, the lungs, and the kidneys. We also know that they easily leach into air and water. That's why we're warned not to microwave food in plastic containers. You can actually end up ingesting these chemicals. Volatile organic compounds is another class of toxic chemicals found all around us. Examples include formaldehyde, chlorofluorocarbons, and benzene. Formaldehyde's been in the news a lot lately. It's commonly found in building products such as sheetrock, flooring, pressed wood. Some of you may remember about 10 years ago, after Hurricane Katrina, the US government went out and spent $2 billion on trailers for the homeless victims. Within a few weeks, 80% of the trailers had to be abandoned because the occupants developed a wide range of respiratory illnesses, secondary to high formaldehyde levels. More recently, Lumber Liquidators, one of the largest flooring companies in the world, saw its value plummet because it refused to stop selling flooring with formaldehyde. Only last month did they relent, and their CEO was forced to resign. Hospitals pollute the air directly and indirectly. Direct emissions result from their large vehicular fleets and their heating plants. Indirect emissions result from their voracious consumption of electricity. 95% of all energy used by hospitals comes from fossil fuels. Other indirect emissions come from waste disposal, commuting, and production and transportation of goods. In October 2012, Hurricane Sandy struck the east coast of the United States. It led to 233 deaths and nearly $70 billion in property damage. In Manhattan, it knocked power out of 3 of the most famous teaching hospitals in the country. So in the middle of the night, by the light of only flashlights and lanterns, hundreds of patients had to be evacuated to neighboring hospitals. Fortunately, nobody was hurt, but for the sake of disaster preparedness alone, shouldn't hospitals have multiple reliable sources of energy? They'd save money and become more efficient as well. They'd also save money and become more efficient by participating in the Energy to Care program. This is sponsored by the American Society of Healthcare Engineering, which is the largest organization devoted to optimizing healthcare environments. It provides hospitals with a dashboard for achieving energy efficiency. It lets them compare their results to neighboring hospitals, and it also helps them promote their accomplishments. Water availability and adequacy is obviously essential to human health and the daily function of every hospital. And that's why every hospital should have performance improvement measures in place to fix leaks and eliminate unnecessary use. This also saves energy and money. I can't tell you how many times I've been in an operating room and walked past a vacant scrub sink where the water is still pouring out full blast because the nurse or surgeon was in too much of a hurry to turn it off. This could be eliminated with motion sensors or replacing soap and water with alcohol-based scrubs. Either one of these simple solutions could save millions of gallons of water every year. Indoor air quality management ensures the comfort and safety of a building's occupants through increased ventilation and eliminating contaminants. Hospitals began to focus on this in the 1980s when they eliminated cigarette smoking. Environmental services personnel must be aware of the fact that many of the products they use contain toxic chemicals. These have to be replaced with human health and environment sensitive cleaning products, equipment, and infection control methods. Chemical waste management ensures reduction of emissions from dangerous chemicals and proper disposal. So these are the purchasing and operation steps that hospitals must take to achieve sustainability. What about under the category of building and construction? Well, it turns out that designing for sustainability is particularly appropriate for healthcare facilities. Hospitals need to be aware of the 3 E's of sustainability: building impact categories and green building rating systems. Sustainability is the notion that human health and economy have an intimate relationship with the natural environment. Unless that relationship is harmonious, our chances of surviving on this planet are slim. So sustainists refer to the 3 E's, which are environment, economy, and equity. Environmental concerns include conserving natural resources, reducing the impact on ecosystems, ensuring air and water quality, and reducing pollutants and waste. Hospitals have to take advantage of grants and tax credits to build sustainably, and at every stage of design and construction, the same question must be asked: does it make long-term sense? Sustainability is also an egalitarian notion in that when an industry or a community embraces sustainable principles, a type of social justice results. Everybody benefits, not just a few individuals or a certain class of people. Communities are educated, empowered, and engaged, and the trickle-down effect is usually adoption of healthier lifestyles by its members. Physicians are taught early in their careers to first do no harm. Hospitals and builders must have the same attitude towards the environment. They must conserve energy by reducing demand, using renewable resources, and commissioning and retrofitting all existing building components. By commissioning, we mean the appropriate installation and calibration of hospital systems so that they work at peak efficiency. Water must be conserved by using efficient plumbing and having a management plan in place. Resources must be conserved by reducing and diverting waste and utilizing materials that have recycled content. Healthy indoor environments must be maintained through increased ventilation, eliminating products with VOCs, and monitoring air quality. Green building rating systems do 3 things for hospitals and beautiful new cultural centers. They provide a checklist for achieving sustainable goals. They provide third-party verification. And I think most important, they show the community that you care. The LEED system is at the forefront of this movement. It's been around since 1993, when it was authored by the US Green Building Council. Green Globes is a LEED competitor. They use more categories and a different point system. They also publish a green guide for hospitals that want to achieve sustainable goals, but may not be able to afford third-party verification. Other rating systems include Green Star and BREEAM. I tend to be an optimist, so I'd like to conclude on a positive note. In the last decade, numerous organizations have emerged whose express purpose is to encourage and assist healthcare facilities achieve sustainable goals. Practice Green Health is the largest such organization in the United States. It's been around since 1998, and it has approximately 10,000 members. Its mission plan is in line with everything we've just discussed. Healthcare Without Harm is a similar international organization It operates in 53 countries and has approximately 500 members. In addition to healthcare facilities and systems, it also has various community, religious, and environmental groups. Finally, these numbers are from a recent survey of hospitals that have switched suppliers based on achieving sustainable goals. I think it's encouraging that nearly half the hospitals in countries like Brazil and Germany have made the necessary changes. And even though many hospitals in the US and Italy and other European countries lag behind, these numbers actually represent a significant improvement in the past 5 years. As these numbers continue to increase, and as more healthcare administrators and workers embrace sustainable principles, new opportunities will abound to improve the health of our environment, our communities, and our patients. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Friedman. And now, for the last discussion of our conference. It has the mysterious title, "It is not as dark as it seems." And to explain what we mean by that, we would like to invite Panos Papoulias from the SNF to moderate this discussion, and Professor Andrea Gerolimatos and Mr. Marco Veremis. Thank you.
Thank you all for being with us up to now. Thank you for your perseverance and for staying to listen to the last part of the conference. A conference in which two of its permeating themes, I think, were the idea of resilience and the idea of Greece. The idea of Greece was permeating the conference, not just because the conference is taking place in Greece. Every presenter from overseas has been reading the news, has been reading about what is going on in Brussels. So I think in everyone's mind, Greece was a factor. Renzo Piano mentioned it, Gary Kasparov mentioned it, and most of our other participants. Not least, the announcement about the SGSP2, a new initiative by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation to tackle the Greek crisis, puts that attention on Greece in perspective. With regards to the idea of resilience, we had quite a few people that do extraordinary things here, and they do extraordinary research. And in order to do that research, they have to be resilient. I mean, Teresa Walton talked about HIV. She said, we have the drugs, we have the knowledge, now we have to persevere to fix things. Garry Kasparov talked about how making mistakes made him a better player and how he was resilient in improving his game and achieving what he has achieved. And Rezo Piano talked about the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center, a project that requires a lot of resilience and a lot of love for all the people that work there to make it happen. But resilience is something that sometimes appears commonsensical, but when you think about it, it's not so much. So I took a step back and I started to think, what does resilience entail? And the first thing that came to mind is toughness. If someone is resilient, someone is tough. But like the dinosaurs were very tough, but they're extinct, they're not around anymore. There's no place for these great lizards in our times. So surely there has to be something that goes together with toughness to make someone resilient. The other thing that came to mind was the idea of adaptability. It seems that the idea of adaptability and resilience permeates quite a bit of environmental systems academia the last 2 years. It's a very interesting idea, but if someone thinks about it, it's a very tricky idea as well. Those of you that might have read the book by Robert Pirsing, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, will recall that the main character of the book takes a trip through the United States with his son, and along the way the motorbike breaks down. He has to find a way of fixing the motorbike and changes all its different parts. And the question arises, when does the motorbike that I've been riding change? When is it a different motorbike? If I change all the parts, and slowly in time, does that still make it the same motorbike as it was before? If I retain the chassis or just general design parameters, is that still the same motorbike? I guess one could say that adaptability can be an issue within resilience to the extent that it retains some characteristics of the initial identity of the object or the person that tries to adapt. Thirdly, even if someone has toughness and adaptability, it seems that time plays a crucial role in how one applies resilience in achieving one's goals. We had a great speech by Marco Lambertini from WWF International. He showed us all these great graphs yesterday about how the rate of change in the growth of population, in the depletion of fish stock, is skyrocketing. For anyone that deals with finance, if those graphs were stock indices, that would be a totally overheated economy. So Mr. Lambertini's point was that the human race has been tough, has been adapting, but right now we face a crucial point in time when that if we want to remain on this earth, we have to change the way we do things. So in my mind, when I think about resilience, I think about toughness, adaptability, and the appropriate application of these two values within a specific time frame. Greece has, well, one can say that what Greece is going through at the moment has been an exercise in resilience. Whether we have been tough, adaptable enough, or too much, or whether we have misapplied the timing of our initiatives is something that we can discuss here with our panel. Mr. Veremis is co-founder and CEO of Upstream. Upstream is one of the largest mobile commerce platforms in the world, and it's happening here in Greece. Professor Gerolimatos is director of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Center for Hellenic Studies in Simon Fraser University, one of the most thriving Hellenic studies centers in the world. And hopefully, with you, we'll be able to shed some light on what are the next steps and how the whole Greek crisis can fit into the context of the third sector, philanthropy, and what we could expect for the next day. Professor Gerolimatos, since you deal with humanities, how unique is this crisis that Greece faces right now? Has there been such a crisis before?
Of course. I think from the beginning of the modern Greek state, there's been crisis after crisis, some small, some acute, some really great. I mean, we just have to think of the crisis of the occupation of World War II, the crisis of 1922, and the influx of over close to 2 million refugees, which taxed the very foundations of the Greek state, the Greek Civil War, the junta. We are good at having crises. There's no doubt about that.
And Mr. Veremis, how about the entrepreneurship environment in Greece? You're a young entrepreneur, very successful nevertheless. How do you find the current environment of doing business in Greece?
Greece has a long heritage of entrepreneurship. I think mostly it has to do with a drive for self-determination and refusal to conform to the central government or rules or laws. The shape it has taken in the sort of the latest chapter of the Greek history since the Second World War has been to produce very small-scale entrepreneurs, what in Greece we call the self-employed. And the problem has been that none of these entrepreneurial units have acquired any meaningful scale. So in Greece, you have a situation where a very large percentage of the economy, almost 80% of the economy, is driven by very small units or self-employed, has no scale, and without scale, de facto, that means you're probably inward-looking, so very, very few exports. So you're talking about a model that clearly, has not worked and was fueled by loans up until 6-7 years ago. I would say that the environment for export-oriented businesses that produce products of, let's say, knowledge-based products or high value-adding services has always been very difficult in Greece. There's no culture of such companies. There's no history of such companies. And this was equally problematic before the crisis as well as during the crisis. The crisis has affected the technology ecosystem where my company operates actually in a positive manner, in the sense that a lot of young people who no longer have the choice to go into the gigantic public sector and also don't really have the option to go to effectively inward-looking Greek companies, importers, have been driven to build their own companies. And the number of startups in Greece was in 2010 were 16 startups that meet the definition of a technology company building a product for export with high value-adding prospects. The same number this year is approximately 250. So from 16 to 250 since 2010. There's certainly a positive impact in terms of the crisis having pushed highly skilled, very well-educated young people, at least in my sector, technology, to actually build their own companies.
And this is a very interesting take on how crisis can breed creation, and from a difficult situation, one can actually find avenues for creation and development. And I wonder if it is the same for Greek studies abroad. Are you in high demand? Or more now than before?
These days, certainly because of the debt crisis. But Hellenic studies abroad has been going through almost the same kind of demise as what's going on in Greece. It had an upsurge in the 1960s as, Greek communities wanted to maintain the language, and they established chairs of Greek language and literature. These did not last very long because they were servicing a very small minority. And in the universities they were put in, they did not have a real home. Most were in classics, and they failed to attract a large number of students. And it was getting very depressing about Greek studies in North America, at least. And I think the same is going on in Europe. Until the Stavros Niarchos Foundation stepped into the fray, and thanks to the foundation and Andreas Drakopoulos, he established a new paradigm for Hellenic studies. I think we were the first experiment, our program at Simon Fraser University, where we have the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Center for Hellenic Studies, in which with their help, we stepped outside the box. It wasn't just language anymore, or history or literature. It was the combination of various disciplines, but rebooted in a different way using technology. Thanks to their support, we were able to develop courses online in language and history and culture, but also looked at Greek studies outside the small Greek community, but think of them as around the world, especially Asia. You know, we're positioned in Vancouver, which is halfway to China and halfway to Greece, interestingly enough. By going that route, we were able to do the following. We created the SNF New Media Lab, which develops cutting-edge technology, the most cutting-edge technology in educational technology. So all of a sudden, Greek studies, which used to be the little ghetto in the university, is the cutting-edge unit in the university that's developing software that is of use to the entire university. Secondly, by putting Greek language online up to a certain level, it made it possible for a lot of people to take Greek. Now, Greek language is an elective, as is German, as is Spanish. And most students, of course, have dominant courses which they have to take. By having it available any time of the day or the week, it exploded. Right now, we're teaching 150 students per term, 3 terms a year. And of course, with our technology, we're able to go into China, where I'm very proud to say, and I have a hard time explaining, we have 4,000 students taking Greek in China, and that's a number that's increasing. The other factor, of course, is the core discipline of Hellenic studies, history, literature, and Byzantine studies. And we define Hellenic studies as those things, right? Not to antiquity. We have found an administrative formula that Hellenic studies, to thrive and survive in a unique model, it has to be autonomous. It cannot depend on any department of classics, as usually the case, or another department. It has to be master of its own fate. It has to be able to encourage graduate studies, which I think the future is in Hellenic studies. And most importantly, it has to act as a feeder to other departments. So we have students coming to us from history, from international studies, from literature, even from the sciences. Those departments, because our courses are cross-listed, do not see us as competition, but they see us as an aid for their courses and their numbers to increase. So it has made Hellenic studies, even though it's not a very big autonomous unit, but a very vibrant and a very efficient one. And again, these were ideas that came in discussions with the foundations. And in fact, even this talk, the sustainability of Hellenic studies, was the idea of Stelios Vasilakis. I never thought of sustainability of Hellenic studies in that context.
And has there been a particular interest in Greek studies that is contextual on what is going on right now on the crisis, and how are you addressing that?
Only insofar as the media. People from various television and radio have been approaching myself and my colleagues to explain in Canada and in North America what's going on in Greece and why it's happening in Greece. The North Americans are much more sympathetic to the Greek case, I think, than the Europeans. They have taken a much longer view and a historical view of what's happening. And again, having a very powerful center, which is, in our case, is the largest in North America, gives us a voice with the media that others do not have. So the media naturally gravitates to Simon Fraser to say, okay, what's going on in Greece? And we're the ones explaining what is happening in Greece, not somebody who may not be as knowledgeable about it.
And is there an explanation that could be provided by Greek Studies Department or another cultural department on why in Greece entrepreneurship has been along the piecemeal fashion that Mr. Veremis has mentioned? Or is that something that should be best addressed by the people that do business in the real world?
It's history. If you look at the history of Greece, Greece was not a country of entrepreneurs. Greece was a country of collectivities. We emerged out of the Ottoman Empire, half a millennium of living within a certain foreign culture that did not encourage uniqueness. It did not encourage independence. We had to learn these skills very soon and very rapidly. And we tend to look at Greece, but if you look at other European countries, some of them have gone through the same cycle. This is not a unique case in Greece.
And Mr. Veremis, Professor Geroilmatos has been doing Greek studies abroad. You have been doing business on the high-tech end of the industry in Greece, and the high-tech industry is supposedly a prerogative of mostly Western European countries or the United States, possibly India and China lately. How has the experience been for you being in the high-tech industry in Greece?
Just to give everyone context, because obviously they won't know my company, Upstream. Upstream essentially develops software in Greece, but 100% of its sales are in 42 countries around the world, so its markets are abroad. And the kinds of people we employ are mostly computer programmers, engineers. Now, the world is incredibly globalized these days, and communications have become much easier, which means that my development team in Athens, which is about 170 people, have no problem collaborating with our 10 offices around the world, with engineers in different parts of the world, with conferences that they can either physically go to or remotely follow. And I would say they are a very clear example of citizens of the world. And in fact, my reading of the situation in Greece today, the real division, the real problem, is between those of us who feel as if the world is our oyster and have had the cosmopolitan experience of what goods, what positive things this can bring, and the rest of the population that feel threatened by this and have been accustomed to a far more isolated state of being. And you know, the stay in the euro, get out of the euro division conceals these inner thoughts as well. You know, those who are for the euro, not coincidentally, are middle class or upper middle class educated people who have benefited from globalization. Those who are against are people who look at that as a threat. My company is a very good example of a group of people who have blossomed in a very globalized world.
And how could, in both of your opinions, this gap between the pro and anti-euro mentality that Mr. Veremis just described, how can this gap be bridged? Because Professor Mazau wrote an article about a couple of years ago in the New York Times, and he defined very explicitly the Greek problem as a European problem. In Professor Mazau's and in many others' opinions, Greece is an intrinsic part of Europe and an inseparable part of Europe. How can those two groups of Greeks be brought together under a common umbrella and a common vision for the future?
I think the first thing, if we accept, and we should accept, that there is Europe. Europe is an entity. It is a historical, ideological, cultural entity. It must trump economics. I think what's been going on in the last little while is we've reduced the European ideal to numbers, to plus and minuses. I mean, I don't disparage that there's an economic problem, but Europe is more than the sum of its economic problems. There are many factors that are going on. And I think your analogy at the beginning of change and resilience, I think we should be looking at mutation. And we must be very careful that the Europe of today does not mutate into being a gigantic financial firm that lends money and collects interest. The people who thought of the European ideal, who thought of the European Union, they were people who came out of World War II who said, never again. And how did we do that? We do that by making a beautiful entity, a cultural entity, and an entity that focuses on humanity, not pluses and minuses. And I think the Europeans have kind of strayed away from that ideal. And I'm not saying that this is a way to excuse the Greeks, but the focus should be on the European ideal, not the numbers.
My perspective is that the European problem is a separate problem to the Greek problem, in my view. The European problem is an entity that was had very, very particular values about the mix between free economy and welfare, about humanity, about sort of citizenship being quite different to other places around the world, even the United States. And yes, I would agree that it has now become something that is more closely resembling an economic union along the lines of NAFTA or experiments like that didn't really have a political element to it. I think the true pro-Europeans at the moment are very clearly saying you either go to federalization, full union, or the thing dismantles. Having said that, the Greek problem is a different case. Greek problem is one where a country divided between East and West made a choice in the 70s under Karamanlis to firmly and unequivocally join the West in the form of the European Union. However, there has always been doubt about that. A large part of the population doesn't really share these values, and this constantly comes up. In this particular case, it has come up through a mixture of mismanagement of the economy, cronyism, statism, corruption, and now a buoyant nationalism, destructive nationalism. Now, this is, for me, more a case that where Greece has to resolve its identity problems rather than Europe providing the solution.
And is the manner in which these identity problems could be resolved through the development of creativity and such aspects in those that can develop them? And if so, where do you think the comparative advantage lies for these activities? I mean, you mentioned you employ a lot of programmers. I guess that is an indication that there is a huge population in Greece that possesses the hard skills to do the job right. Are there any comparative advantages that could provide this exit, this avenue for the future?
Given that the Niarchos Foundation has effectively committed to put 100 million euros into effectively what is youth entrepreneurship over the next few years, I think that is a very wise choice. I'll explain why. Most big cities around the world have a shortage of what is most needed right now to make any business or economy work, and that is engineers, computer programmers. Now, Silicon Valley is a known kind of example where there is an abundance of such people, and it's not coincidental that it has done so well. New York has emulated this model as well, and now actually very actively has built a community of engineers. Boston, the same, and most recently, London, by creating the East London Tech City, which in 2008 had 5 companies, and today hosts 15,000 companies in this particular part of London, all of them technology, all of them focused on engineering resources. Now, let's go to Greece. Greece has a relative advantage because, A, it has a very strong engineering culture. Greece was rebuilt from scratch after the war. Engineering was one of the most popular professions and most needed professions. Engineering evolved from civil to mechanical to electrical and now to computer programming. There's a very long line of engineers in Greece. Greece produces through at least 5 excellent universities, a steady flow of highly skilled engineers in Patras, in Crete, in Volos, and in Athens. These engineers, most usually the very best, go and study in places like the MIT or Stanford or Imperial College or at the High in Zurich. And there is an abundance of good Greek engineers. The main reason why I decided to set up upstream in Greece, I was actually living in London before I started my own company, was precisely because I could find very good engineers here in Athens. In that sense, given that there is a hub being gradually created in Athens of very good engineers and technology companies employing them, this healthy body of people can grow and can influence in a very positive way what is otherwise a very difficult situation.
And Professor Gerolimatros, is there such a hub of academics in the humanities sector that can define theoretical issues that are addressed by various departments around the world, in Greece or indeed in Greek study centers overseas?
I think it's slowly coming to that. There isn't right now. I mean, the humanities have taken a severe beating in the West, not just in Greece, but in Europe and in North America. And so much so that a lot of entities, such as the Pentagon, are encouraging people, to go to the humanities and study the world from that perspective and provide the expertise, whether it's the military-industrial complex or business, from the perspective of humanities, which provides skills that, that are beyond the technical skills of business or computing or engineering. And the idea is to marry both at the same time, something I think we are doing very well in Vancouver.
So it seems that despite the crisis, despite the adversities of the last few years, education, at least in hard skills, has been a common theme of most Greeks who study either in Greece or abroad, and they possess the hard skills, and in that sense there has been an investment in the investment in their education is already a sunk cost, and you can take that for granted in the sense that you don't have to do anything else in the future to use that expertise there. You don't have a population that cannot program. You have a population that has mathematicians, has engineers, and they can program. So how can one explain the lack of such a hub like the ones that you mentioned previously?
There's no filter that translates this capacity into the real economy. That's the problem. It's no coincidence that the proximity between hubs like, Silicon Valley and Berkeley and Stanford and the top universities, or Imperial College and East London Tech City, this coexistence of academia and business in Greece doesn't exist at all. One of the challenges for the next few years would be, I guess, primarily through private initiative, to bring these two worlds together much closer, so that the skills of all those people who are de facto studying, because Greek parents will continue investing into their kids' education. They've been doing it for, over 50 years now. Make those skills useful to the real economy is the main challenge. And this is happening through a lot of initiatives that have to do with, I'll give you an example. In my company, we have regular open days where students from various universities come and visit. Obviously, their professors are people we trust. Most of them used to teach in top universities abroad, came back primarily for emotional reasons here and for patriotic reasons. And they bring their top students. We allow them to kind of look into the company and what we do. We then select quite a few of them for internships over the summer. And quite a few of them end up being hired by the company, but even those who don't, get a real sense of how their skills might be relevant to what companies do. So, that is a useful exercise. And finally, I would also say that the actual education system in Greece clearly needs to stop treating private enterprise as the enemy and begin collaborating, so that actually the conundrum of how the Greek economy gets revived in some way is assisted through this process. If you look at it in numbers, there are about 40,000 new companies being created in Greece every year, so no shortage of new companies. Of those, 90% are completely in the non-productive sector, so cafeterias, bars, et cetera, or pure importers. Through some estimates I was reading from Endeavor, only 1% of those companies, so very, very few companies, have the characteristics to help fuel the Greek economy, meaning export by producing value-added goods and services. Only 1%. If this 1% can increase to 10%, then the million unemployed that have been created in Greece over the past 6 years could be absorbed.
And given that you identified a mismatch between the real market and the research, the R&D market, so to speak, in Greek universities, would you say that an initiative like the Stavros Niarchos Foundation's initiative of recharging the youth should focus on bridging that gap, because that would be the way to increase the percentage of these high-tech companies from 1 to 10%?
In my mind, there are two areas that are hold great promise. One is study very carefully the East London Tech City initiative. Athens, fortunately, has a very enlightened mayor, Mayor Kaminis, who very actively wants to create a similar hub in Athens. Obviously has zero funds to do it, very few funds to do it. The idea that you bring any new company with the 1% characteristics that we talked about before in the same place, and these people talk to each other, interact with each other, and university departments begin to operate within this hub, within this environment, can have a massive impact in developing this collaboration and making a big difference. And it's been done before. The recipe is available. It's been done in Israel, it has been done in the States, it's been done in the Scandinavian countries, it's been done most recently in London.
So despite new technologies and social networking and the ability to talk easily face-to-face with someone across the world, the geographic affinity of different enterprises is still an important part of helping a market flourish.
Yeah, we were talking about this before we came in, and I was asked, does it make a difference that you're in Greece and not in California? And the answer is, of course, it does. Because when I'm in California, I'll go out for a coffee and meet 10 other people doing the same thing I do and have incredibly interesting conversations, and innovation comes out of a dialectic process. This is very problematic in Greece, in the way that things work right now. A hub of companies living and working under the same geographical space would have a massive impact. It's no coincidence that this is the way most notable technology hubs have been built around the world. So yes, I think this is an area that the Stavros Niarchos Foundation should certainly look at very carefully.
Professor Gerolimatos, we're talking about the importance of geographic affinity here. Why should someone study Safaris in Canada or London or overseas? Isn't this geographic affinity very important for someone that studies Greek things, even literature?
That's a very good question. I think if we want to understand Greece, you have to study Safaris, whether you're in Greece or outside of Greece. And the more people who study Safaris in Germany or in Holland or in Norway, they'll have a better feeling for the country. Greek literature and culture have been the ambassadors of Greece that has made a very small and rather insignificant country very significant to the world. We need to invest in education overseas in order to be able to have people understand us, in order to be able to generate tourism, investment. Otherwise, if you think of Greece as a physical entity, it's not very big. But Greece has been a huge intellectual entity historically and can be. We are, unfortunately, like I said before, we are declining. We are losing our foothold in Europe intellectually, and we are doing so in North America with noted exceptions. And there has been almost an oversight. Greeks abroad have become an afterthought to Greeks here. And if you look at some statistics, they're quite starking. In Australia, for example, there's about 350,000 Greeks. 250,000 speak Greek, 100,000 don't. The Greek language is disappearing rapidly in North America and starting to in Canada as well. So unless we find ways to maintain that, we will lose the diaspora, but more importantly, we will lose the Philhellenes. Why should someone study Safaris, if there's no reason for it, right? If there's no stimulation for it. Safaris is very important for the soul. Safaris is very important to understand literature, not just Greek, but English literature and other literatures. Greek history is very important to understand in and of itself, but to also understand the histories of other countries, and to understand Europe in particular. I mean, if you subtract Greek history from Europe, what is there? There's not much left. Greece has been the engine of European history and the engine of European civilization. We must reclaim that. We can reclaim that through education. I mean, right now, the fate of Greece is being decided by countries that have not the same kind of deep roots in civilization as Greece. And we're almost being sidelined because we have not focused on our past and our education.
But what do Greek studies have to give for the to the interests of students or academics in departments that are not necessarily interested in Greece per se? Something that I have in mind, and it could be wrong, please correct me, is, for instance, I guess that the financial crisis that had unraveled from 2008 onwards, and parts of it are still ongoing in Europe, might be informed by research to empirical evidence that can be found in a Greek studies department, so to speak. In that sense, wouldn't a German studies department or a UK studies department have the same value for Europe?
No. No, it wouldn't. Greek studies offer a universality to education. German studies are focused on Germany exclusively, and I've studied German history, and it's quite interesting. However, Greece and the idea of Greece transcends borders. That has been the fascination with Greece throughout time. Because by studying something that in Greek, by studying Homer, by studying Aeschylus, even by studying 19th century Greek history, you understand your own. That's something that Greece can offer that other studies cannot. So our students who come, and they vote with their feet. I mean, we don't have one or two students, we have thousands of students who are in engineering, who are in chemistry, who are in computer sciences, who want to come and study Alexander the Great. He fascinates them. He touches something about them. They want to come and study Greek civilization. There's something universal about it. Why do thousands of Chinese students want to take Greek? Because it's fascinating. It has applications for their own civilization. It has that universal quality that other studies do not have.
Well, I suggest we open the floor to some questions before we move on to our electronic voting questions that have become a theme of our annual conference. Any questions? Gentlemen? Mr. Chamis at the front, and then the lady over there, and then the gentleman with the blue shirt. Priority, please, over there to Mr. Chamis, who raised his hand first. Don't fall asleep.
Thank you very much for your very interesting comments. The post-war history shows us that in the Greek balance of payments, the biggest contributors have been traditionally foreign remittances, tourism, and shipping in a variable order. The most common indicator now is that we start suffering the so-called brain drain, which is anathema to all. Are you worried about this, or you view this as an exportation and unemployment?
Yes, both of you can start with Professor Gorimatos.
You know, I do worry about the brain drain, and I believe that and the work that we're doing with our center is designed not to take people away from Greece. We'd like to bring people back to Greece. We have the SNF New Media Lab, which has half its staff in Athens and the other half in Vancouver, and we would like to expand our footprint here and keep people in Greece, because like you, I am concerned that a lot of smart young people are going to pack up and leave because of the economic crisis, and we should think of creative ways to educate them abroad if necessary, but to bring them back, but more importantly, educate them here.
Mr. Veremis?
Well, according to estimates, in the last 6 years, 200,000 of the very best people have left, mostly young. My view on the matter is I would much rather have young, capable, ambitious people pursuing their dreams wherever they can do that, rather than perish in a place that's going nowhere. These people will remain an asset for the country. I'm a natural optimist. I think they will return when things get better, and they will be vital in rebuilding this country. And if anything else, they will come back with knowledge and paradigms that are much needed here. And I think that even if you look at a lot of the companies, the successful companies being built in Greece in the past 10 years, most of them have been built by Greeks who lived for a number of years abroad, brought back a lot of valuable skills, and set up these businesses here. And they are qualitatively different types of businesses to the traditional Greek ones. So yes, it pains me that people are leaving. On the other hand, I do believe that they will come in very handy and they will be very useful if you take a longer-term view of Greek history.
The lady over there with the white shirt.
Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful conference. It's Maria Antonakis from the Perimeter Institute in Waterloo, Canada. I just had a comment and then I guess a question. I have a friend who's an engineer and started a large company in Canada that he exited and is now a venture capitalist. And he says, he has a quote that says, "Engineering is the how and humanities is the why." And I think this conversation made me consider an adage that I think about, which is STEM. I work at a physics institute and I am an opera singer, and I just love STEM. I think it's very important, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But I add an A to that, which is STEAM, because I think there's a big connection between the humanities and the sciences, obviously. So my question is, it seems to me that this conversation is about 21st century skills, and it feels to me like the combination of the innovation and online, which UBC has done, and then Mr. Veremis, your focus on technology is fairly profound and possibly a way through. Is there any connection, do you think, in this area around innovation, arts, humanities, and engineering technology?
Yes, I think the ideal is to have computer programmers or engineers who read Cavafy or can recite Cavafy. And wouldn't that be wonderful? I mean, isn't that what the ancient ideal has been, that the rounded human being? I think we have gone through a phase in the late 20th century where we were going through ultra-specialization. And that was not necessarily very good. I think the more Renaissance approach to life and to education makes for more productive people and more productive employees.
Yeah, I mean, I would second that. The most successful people I've met in business fundamentally have a common skill, which is that they have a sense of what people want, what products people want to buy. To be able to have the ability to read people across many different parts of the world, especially if you're trying to build a global business, you must have the background, the infrastructure, the education to do that. And just by merely having studied computer science, you cannot do that. The people who have backgrounds in either political philosophy or pure philosophy or classics or history usually are massively advantaged in that sense because they have a better sense of who we are, you know, how people think, how different countries might have completely different backgrounds. And at the end of the day, business is about knowing what to sell to who, when, right? And you're very right. The how comes after.
The gentleman with the blue T-shirt.
Καλησπέρα σας. Δημητρόπουλος ονομάζομαι, Ανάστος. Είμαι δικηγόρος και πρόεδρος μιας επιστημονικής εταιρείας που ασχολείται με την ευεργεσία. Θα ήθελα να ρωτήσω ποιος είναι ο ρόλος του ελληνισμού και ιδιαίτερα των ανθρωπιστικών σπουδών στην υποδιαμόρφωση παγκοσμιοποίηση, με τη διάσταση της παγκοσμιοποίησης των αγορών και με το πρότυπο την οικουμενικών ταξιών. Και σε μια δεύτερη φάση, ένα δεύτερο ερώτημα, πώς βλέπατε την άποψη του κυρίου Νανόπουλου σε μια πρόσφατη ομιλία του που μιλούσε για μια κυβέρνηση των διακεκριμένων επιστημόνων του εξωτερικού, εν είδη μιας σύγχρονης φιλικής εταιρείας, ούτως ώστε η Ελλάδα να γίνει μια Silicon Valley, μια κοιλάδα γνώσης, όπως έλεγε η Καποδίστρια συντροφή της Οικουμένης, και όχι μόνο το Μαϊάμι των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών της Ευρώπης. Ευχαριστώ θερμός.
In a nutshell, the question had two parts. One is what's the role of Hellenism in shaping universal values, and whether an administrative government of scientists would be better equipped to implement an entrepreneurship hub or entrepreneurship climate in Greece. Is that correct, more or less? Thank you. Should we do it the same?
I think, go ahead, you know. I mean, I have serious doubts about a group of professors running a government, you know. I've seen what they do to universities. So.
We answered that then?
Let's start from the other question. Brand equity exists for products, right? There are good products, bad products, good reputation, bad reputation. It also exists for countries. You know, when I get on a plane and try to go sell my products in faraway places, you know, anywhere from Angola all the way to Vietnam, or, you know, in places that essentially I know very little about. It has been an advantage that I'm Greek, in the sense that Greece does have a positive brand equity, let's call it, okay? And most recently, I have experienced also the reverse of that, which is the negativity that has also been created around the Greek crisis. In my mind, building departments such as yours and these kinds of efforts have a real impact in Greek business. Because, you know, part of your reputation is what your company does, but also where it's based. So those who think this is irrelevant are very wrong, and investing in improving our brand equity and making it known to more people that actually the Renaissance, which is effectively the birthplace of the modern world, was very much inspired by ancient Greece, and that this is not dead history, this is very much alive and has a continuity in time through the Greek language. I wouldn't say anything else beyond that, has a lot of importance, yeah, definitely. Now, about the government, perhaps a government of professors may not be appropriate, but the thought is correct in the sense that there is a massive mismatch in my mind, that this is the source of my personal frustration every day, between the disconnect of the skills that exist in this country, the prospects this country has in so many areas of its economy, and at the same time how badly it's being run. Okay, and in a situation like that, when you've consistently seen this mismanagement happen over not 5 months, but over years, yes, of course, in situations like that, outsiders, whether they're professors or businessmen or accomplished people who know what they're doing and love this country, certainly at this particular point in time would help a great deal. Now, how you get there is a very difficult question to answer.
I just wish to add, you know, and I mean, a democracy is as strong as its weakest link. And of course, oligarchies are that, and we want to have specialists and people with, you know, specific expertise to be the government. But are we prepared to trade away democracy for something so selective? The idea is train the youth of today so that the politicians who emerge out of them have that expertise.
Totally agree.
Last question back there, please.
Okay. I just want to make a modest proposal at the very end. You were talking about contemporary Greek culture and what it has to offer, but what it doesn't have to offer is a support system in publishing and in the distribution of cultural products from Greece. There have been moments, flashes, when around the film of Anthony Quinn of Zorba the Greek, all of Kazantzakis' novels were readily available. There have been moments where Greek music has been very popular and Greek composers have been visible. But in recent years, actually, it's very hard to come by books by Greek authors, music by Greek composers, and so on in the international distribution system. And one place where foundation money could go would be to the support of some kind of publishing program for recordings, films, and for books that would get these things out into the marketplace so that people could learn it for the first time or be reminded of it if they once had. You know, the Pléiade in France has been publishing the classics of France and adding to them constantly. In Latin America, there are a number of publishers that publish uniform annotated editions of the great writers of Latin America. There are all kinds of entities like this which in a given year will not sell very many copies, but over a period of time of commitment makes it clear that these cultures are here to stay, that they have a wide readership, and so on and so forth. You mentioned Seferis. It's very hard to come by his poems in English translation, although they do exist. Ritsos is very hard to come by. Kafafi has the benefit of, number one, it's a dubious benefit perhaps, but Lawrence Durrell. It has the benefit of translations done in another period where there was great enthusiasm for him. And it also, of course, has a benefit of gay liberation, which has made a lot of people read him who would not otherwise have done so. But I think you have to reconsider how Greece can actively promote the products that it has, cultural products, that are in fact international, but are very, very hard to come by.
Thank you, Robert. Professor Limatos, is this a new potential direction that Hellenic Studies Centers can take?
Absolutely. I think that Hellenic Studies should definitely bring modern Greek works to the general public. And I can tell you for a fact, in China, they're literally thirsting for Greek works. You know, I wish we had the means to translate and offer them to people in China, but to people in Europe and people in North America. I know that our students in Vancouver definitely like it when we could translate some for them. They love it very much. And I think it is an important thing for a civilization to have its culture available to the world.
And does this also hold for modern Greek works of art and studies like Robert Storr mentioned, or is it mostly for the classics?
No, especially the modern works. I mean, let's not forget the classics, but there's a lot of important, critically important modern works in poetry, in literature, in music and film that people would love to have if they could get their hands on it.
So it seems that there is an agreement that the demand is there, both of you, but somehow the supply right now cannot meet that demand, and that could also be a point of future development. Thank you. Well, we have just about 4 minutes, so maybe it's time to do our voting on our electronic questions. Most of these questions we have discussed already, so we can go through them quite quickly. So this is the first question. Which is more important for success in general? IQ, grit, i.e. resilience, emotional intelligence, or luck? Start voting now. Okay, emotional intelligence then. Well, I guess that fits well with our discussion here, because one of the not so dark things about Greece right now is that there are lots of people with skills, and it seems that what we need to make these skills work is to fit the pieces together, and I guess that might have to do a bit with emotional intelligence. Okay, next question. If you were to choose one, what is more important for an academic breakthrough or for a successful business endeavor? It's a similar question, but let's see what you think. Start voting now. So hard work. So we have the idea of resilience again, and it's very interesting because One of my favorite musicians is Nick Cave, and for those who like your rock and roll, I mean, you always think he has great ideas to make 20 albums, but when they actually ask him, how can you make so many great albums? He says, I rent a small place, I put my suit on every day, and I go and I write my songs, one song at a time, and it takes time, and I do it. So hard work, it seems, permeates everyone's idea of what makes things tick. Next question, please. The solution to the current Greek crisis lies in the need to develop new models and tools, the better use and implementation of existing models and tools. This is an important question, especially for the foundation, when in the Recharging the Youth, in the context of the Recharging the Youth initiative, we get requests and we decide where to allocate our funding. So start voting now, please. Okay. So it seems. What do you make of this answer?
In the things that we discussed before, I think you start with what's already been done in other places, in other countries. It'd be foolish not to, given that you can see what worked and what didn't work. And then once you've done that, I think you go to creating completely new models after. Greeks are often too hasty in trying to create idiosyncratic models and almost not studying what's already there. And so, that's clearly my view.
I agree. Okay. And last question. We've discussed this in great detail during this panel, but here's the question. The workforce in Greece lacks business skills, entrepreneurial spirit, hard skills, soft skills, nothing. Start voting now. Okay, I would say almost evenly divided between business skills and entrepreneurial spirit. I'm surprised about the hard skills answer, actually, given our discussion.
The problem, the main problem is experience. That's the truth. A graduate from the United States or London works for a period of time in a top company, and most people who start a business, let's not forget, is a minority. The people who start their own business, are only very few. And then, after they get this experience, then they go off and they build their own business. In Greece, this training ground in the real economy of very solid companies, there are only few of them, right? So I think the hard skills become a problem because it's not something you get out of university. Yeah.
Well, that's it. Thank you all for your patience. Mr. Veremi, Professor Gerlimatos, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
So we've made it to the end, to the last speech of the day and of the conference. It is a great pleasure of mine to introduce the closing keynote speaker of the conference, Glenn Siglinton, President and CEO of Pacific Educational Group. He will be speaking on race matters, ushering in a more courageous conversation about philanthropy and human sustainability. Glenn and I had held numerous conversations on the matters of race, and I think you're in for a treat. And following the model of Homeric poetry and composition, we start with the same subject today, and we close with exactly the same subject, what is called ring composition. Thank you.
So use this one. We good? Perfect. Thank you. And this too. Good afternoon. Is anyone out there? From Baltimore, Maryland, we say good afternoon, and I want to hear from you, particularly this late in the afternoon. Particularly after flying from San Francisco last night also. I'm just delighted to be here. I've had about 2 hours of sleep. I've watched the simulcast of all of yesterday and tried to catch up while you were having lunch today. And so with that, I just want to extend my gratitude to a variety of people. First, my family and friends who got me here, my staff that's conducting our own conference in Portland today for a couple hundred people, and our education, corporate, government partners. But I also want to thank Andreas and Stelios, who had great faith in me coming and providing a few remarks on a fairly complex topic. And so this will probably be a bit different than what I've seen over the time that you've been together for the last couple of days. And I've been told by the coordinators that it's okay to be a little bit different. So that's the direction we're going to go. I have a bunch of advancers here. Here we go. I decided to start with a famous poem from an educator and author, poet, Barry Lopez, who wrote that our stories have a way of taking care of us. If you get a story, or if a story comes to you, you should care for it and learn to give it away where it's needed. Sometimes a person needs a story more than food to stay alive. That is why we put stories in each other's memories, and that's how people care for themselves. And so today, I'm going to, more than share race theory, I'm going to share a racial story. And so this morning, I was delighted to hear from President Daniels from Johns Hopkins University. Johns Hopkins is near and dear to me. Growing up in Baltimore, spending much of my foundation in this incredible city, and even spending time in the psychology labs at Johns Hopkins as a junior in high school, I'm quite aware of this important city in the landscape, not only of the United States, but for major cities across the country. And this first slide is a slide that just sort of beckons me to the amazing change that's happened in about 50 years in Baltimore City. Up at the top, you see where I grew up, and these are the famous Baltimore row houses. And down below, as President Daniels mentioned this morning, you see the row houses that are now boarded up. Much of the city looks this way. This is West Baltimore. West Baltimore is the major site of what is known as the 2015 uprising, and then my tribute to Freddie Gray, the young man whose life was lost in the city at the hands of the Baltimore City police officers. A study from Harvard shows that the city from which I hail is in fact the most difficult city to escape poverty. As I'm reading about this city now and understanding it in this phase of my life, I'm quite amazed by how it is that anyone actually moves from Baltimore. Our clients now, Baltimore City and Baltimore County Public Schools, have been engaged in what I would think of as the most significant effort to challenge some of these racial disparities that show up in education, that show up in healthcare, that show up in economics and other measurable aspects. And so for me to begin to look at how is it that this city did not have this kind of outcome for me. And in fact, it's not only been not this outcome for me, but it's also not the outcome for the folks in my closest family. We have 3 young children now in college in Baltimore, and this is in fact way against what is called the odds. For whatever reason, coming from West Baltimore in a working class family and moving on into a different kind of schooling was important. Today, as I sit here, though, I still question whether particularly African American people in the United States made a mistake in choosing education over freedom. And so these are important markers to folks that come in and out of the United States and know of these institutions. The most recent panel was talking about Stanford. Many people who have stood up here today hail from the University of Pennsylvania, as I do, and these are no doubt reputable institutions, but I must say that what I am prepared to share with you today is not learning that came from the academic side of these institutions. This, in fact, is learning from actually opening my eyes and watching what's going on. The fact is, too, that I've written 3 books. 2 of those books are still in publication. These books give a sense of what it is that I believe is the most devastating factor contributing to the diminished capacity of all people, that being race. At the bottom, you see Pacific Educational Group. This is a company that I founded 23 years ago. I was interested as the panel pulled the last question, and you gave your insights in terms of what's most important in the entrepreneur spirit. Is it important that we have a good idea? Is it important that we do hard work? Is it important that we have funding? And a room of funders put funding last. I don't understand that. I think that funding is quite important for good ideas. And one reason that I did not signal my company to be a 501c3, as it's called in the United States, or a nonprofit, is because to get at these issues of race by convincing funders to fund, as well as convincing school districts and government agencies and corporate places to engage in this work, seem to be too many steps. And so I do have a foundation also that I launched that works with students on their way to college. And each year that foundation struggles to get adequate resources to do the work that we do. At Pacific Educational Group, we've written grants on behalf of our school districts. We will continue to do that so that they can get the funding that they need. I was also excited yesterday to hear at the beginning when Stelios introduced the conference that the word sustainability poses a lot of questions even to this audience. As a person who is not really familiar with the terms of philanthropy, this idea of sustainability has been familiar to me in the sort of environmental sense, but the idea of going beyond sustainability and looking at sustainability as it relates to human beings and the way that we socially interact. And in that way, and connected to race, I would not use the word sustain, because what we're doing now is woefully insufficient. So if we were to sustain that, that would be a problem. We have to actually advance it. So I believe it was, I had so many sessions that I watched this morning, the princess who talked a bit about the futurability and the idea of what it might look like as we move forward and what we need for that level of development. And so when we start talking about conversations around racial diversity, not only are these conversations difficult, and we heard that when President Daniels spoke about how Hopkins was called to have these conversations between academics and staff members, they were actually venturing into new territory. These were conversations that they had never had before. In fact, these conversations about race are categorically avoided, minimized, and many of us have developed lots of skills to walk away from them. Still, we have been able to push forward on this, recognizing and discovering these 2 areas that occur in sort of our human behavior. It seems that when we address these issues, we first address them through a silence, And then from that silence, we have an eruption in violence. There doesn't seem to be too much that exists between the silence and the violence. Now, when we think of violence, oftentimes we think of that which might happen in the streets of Baltimore, or that which happened in Ferguson, or that which may be happening some places around the Mediterranean as different populations begin to come to the shores here. And what I would say then is that silence and violence happen throughout all categories of people. The most educated people engage in both a violent and silent activity. Just take, for example, a look at this picture. This is the Fortune 500 representation of African American or black people in the United States. We got it that there are 500 top corporations, and here you see 5 people, 1% of a population that is 12 to 13%. This is really one of those significant problems. So the silence on this is one issue that we face, but also a kind of violence that each of these CEOs tends to talk about, and that is their plight as black leaders trying to lead corporations where people don't necessarily believe in their ability to do that. And so the kind of violence occurs, it's not a physical violence, if you will, but after amassing these kinds of credentials and being able to move to these levels of leadership in organizations, oftentimes we see that these folks feel a unique and very special kind of marginalization. If we don't understand it from the Fortune 500, then we could understand it from this guy. Never before have we seen the kind of retaliation against the U.S. president that we've seen with President Barack Obama. Many are asking right at this point, as he's in his last part of his administration with a very powerful executive order, what might he do? I don't think that I'm asking for a kind of program or strategy. The president has put forth My Brother's Keeper, which is a comprehensive way of looking at just the outcomes for males of color in the United States, particularly in education. But I think what's going to be more powerful for the president, and as the First Lady has begun, to give this kind of narrative, yes, to tell their story about what it has been like to be this black first family in the White House. And so I am really hopeful that the President of the United States will break his silence and really be able to withstand the kind of violence that he's faced from the first day in his chamber when a member of Congress stood up and called him a liar. And then finally, and this wasn't on our radar when I accepted to come speak with you today, but this particular aspect is known throughout the United States at this point as violence, but the silence in the southern states of the United States that tend to wave under a Confederate flag, as it's called, is a kind of silence again. These are things that are occurring on a day in and day out basis that just are not checked. Some people are thinking that there's an escalation of this kind of racial violence in the United States. I would pose that there's not an escalation, there's just more information. The big difference in the United States seems to be the cell phone with a camera on it. And that camera is allowing us to see things that we have said to our friends, our neighbors, to our associates were not occurring. And so I think of a kind of violence also that when I've said to my friends before, you know, the police follow me, you know, I get followed around the store with these degrees, with this company, with these books, with this income, I am not immune to this kind of racial harassment and discrimination. Even my friends would say, come on, Glenn, maybe you're exaggerating. Are you sure? And that, I feel like, is a kind of violence. When I lecture at Harvard in the fall, I'm working with a group of students who are, by all means, at the highest level of their academic pursuit. These are students earning their doctorates in education. They come ready to engage in the urban spheres of education in the United States and are often told that race does not matter. And so these are some U.S. examples of this silence then violence. This might be one of those moments in this particular region where we also begin to look at what's happening here? And how do we move from silence to a kind of conversation that's going to be a bit more productive than what would happen naturally when people who don't know each other, who don't understand each other, wind up believing that they are fighting for a limited supply of resources. This morning I was also really excited to hear a speaker, I believe it was the Princess again, to talk about the intergenerational aspect of this and how important it is that we begin to hear from our youth. They, in fact, have given us a way of bridging this silence to violence. And I'm so happy that some of the students that we've been working with were able to just come together and put a piece together that I think might help us to just get a sense of what's going on in their language. For many of us, this is not our style of music, this is not our style, our cadence, but I urge us to practice and to get good at hearing this, because just like technology, just like our unwillingness, many of us, to tweet, to put ourselves on Facebook, well, society is moving forward and we have to understand in the language that our students are bringing. Could we play that video for us?
Children dying in the streets and the moms crying. 'Cause the police are making heartbeats die. In heaven I can see the angels fly. It's justified, but I don't buy it. My brother's walking with our hands up, what we supposed to do? Police bring the guns.
For my students, Saba and Quito, that was the world premiere of their video. So as I think about what keeps me from that video, what keeps me from being subject in that video, as I think about the modifications that I've made in my life recently, I don't drive on the weekends. I don't look forward to calling the police to my house should there be a problem. These are big issues in the United States. And so the idea of sustainability, human sustainability, what is it that we can do? First and foremost, we have to move away from the position that race doesn't matter. Too long, our society has been in a dilemma, a quandary, where some of our greatest minds have offered with so much evidence that not only does race matter, but race is a determining factor for so many outcomes for people not only in the United States, but throughout the Western world. Our work takes us to Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and over here we see these same aspects. It's amazing when there's no language difference, how easy it is to navigate these cities just on this issue of race. So the first point that I need to make that I believe is critical in your conversations, foundation level, is to see and recognize, request that the grants show this important factor around race. The second is that we can't lead to racial equity without talking about race. And what's clear in all of that education that I've had, all of the travel experience that has been a part of my life to this point, nowhere was I ever offered a real positive, effective way to talk about race, particularly to talk about race across racial differences. And so this idea of a courageous conversation about race is a protocol for talking about race. I'll share a bit about that toward the end of this talk. And finally, we have to move away from what I refer to as random acts of equity and diversity, these disconnected, highly resourced activities that don't add up to significant or systemic change. Systemic change requires that we change our beliefs and our attitudes. If we only modify behavior, when those people leave, so will that modified behavior. We must invest in the hard work of helping people to surface problematic beliefs that ultimately lead to problematic behaviors, which then determine the results. Our Supreme Court Justice, Sonia Sotomayor, in her first year on the bench, was called to, sorry, it wasn't her first year, in her first major case on the bench, was called to defend the Voters' Rights Act. Just years after amazing voter disparity, long lines of voters in places like Florida, and very state-of-the-art voting mechanisms in places where I voted, like Palo Alto, California. But Sonia Sotomayor offered us a great way of understanding this idea of race matters. Along with Cornel West, she said race matters because of the long history of racial minorities being denied access to the political process. So one point of it is about our history, an undeniable history, a global history of challenging black people on the planet. The second part that she said was race matters because of the persistent inequalities that exist today. No matter what sector you look at across the Western world, you will see stark disparity. And so we must begin to ask why those disparities are there rather than ignore them or go into silence. Sotomayor continued to say that we must speak openly and candidly on the subject of race. Her job is to apply the Constitution. Our job is to apply education policy, sound government policy, or corporate policy, depending on our client. And so when you bring that close to home, that race matters idea, you can see the disparity and you can begin to understand why it is that a person like me from the same circumstance in Baltimore as Freddie Gray ends up here talking to you in Athens versus a statistic in the United States. This is a picture of where I began schooling, Baltimore City Public Schooling. This is our elementary school. It still stands today as I work with this school district. What you see also is you see an elementary class. Before 6th grade, I was unaware that there was a multiracial society waiting for me. In fact, I thought everybody was black. All of my teachers were black, all of my studies were black, and frankly, there was nothing wrong with being black. Well, things changed because this kind of school system was not sustainable. In fact, it wasn't advancing students further. And so my family decided to test me for what's called a private school at that time. We call them independent schools now. So from Hilton Elementary School, I wound up on a 100-acre campus in a part of Baltimore that I didn't know existed called Brooklynville. Brooklynville had no bus transportation, much like what President Daniels said this morning. Going from east to west in Baltimore is completely impossible. These are the two disenfranchised populations, where those with resources have all kinds of ways to transport themselves from their suburban living into the urban center where the arts and high-level education exist, including the Johns Hopkins University. And so my class changed dramatically. And I moved from being in an all-black classroom to being one of 2 black students. We 2 black students, each and every day, never got to see each other in class because the school had an operating yet silent philosophy that Jimmy and Glenn needed to diversify the whole school. And so I was with half of the students during the day, and Jimmy was with the other half. We only met at lunchtime. Now, one might think, who came up with this education policy? And I remind you of what Stelios said yesterday, where oftentimes these conversations, when they do occur, don't include the very people like me who experience these issues in the most magnified way. Well, ultimately, Jimmy and I continue on through our schooling experience. And Jimmy leaves and leaves me having to have conversations with the entire class. And so I believe that this protocol for courageous conversation began in its formation in 7th grade for me. This is where I needed to know how to talk about race effectively to not be suspended. I recall many times going to the office to explain what I saw as disparities at Park School and only to be told, you have a chip on your shoulder, you need to stop talking about race, go back to class. And so the agreements and the conditions of courageous conversations became really the important way of survival for me. And while I didn't write them at that point, I understood them. The first and foremost was we have to stay engaged in this conversation. No matter how difficult, no matter how uncomfortable it makes us feel, we have to stay in it and we have to express what is true for each and every one of us. The other important thing that I think runs counter to at least how the U.S. works is we don't like to do things that we don't believe we can fix right there. Okay, so if we can't tie it up in a bow and have it done and on a timeline, then we tend not to engage in it. Well, these conversations about race are not going to be fixed overnight. This is my 23rd year with my organization. This is, we take on new school districts every single year, and it seems like we're always beginning, always at the beginning of this conversation. So for something that's been around for perhaps thousands of years, not named, but at least 400 in the United States of America, we got to get away from this idea that there's a quick fix and that we're going to be able to just solve this problem and move on to the next quite quickly. And so this is my graduating class without Jimmy, and as you can see, I'm well integrated now. I am one of 2. Again, we replaced Jimmy for Van, who's back in the back row there. And this idea of being able to really start understanding where do we go after we've had this elite education, very different from the kids in my neighborhood. So there's a divide that has occurred where I have all kinds of new names that I'm being called because of the academic preparation and also because of the social cultural absence that I had as I had to transport out into a school system that was nowhere near our community. And so this idea of beginning to try to move the clicker. I'm not sure why that's not happening there. Could you advance for me, please? Thank you. Okay, so there we go. This is Jimmy and I reuniting on graduation day. And I've been branded by the University of Pennsylvania, as you can see already, and on our way. We have quite differences, although we continue to this day to be best friends. I traded Jimmy in for Keith from Kansas as I got to the university. As you can see, part of one of the statements that I saw there was that I was from Brooklynville. And I had to remember, oh yeah, that's where Park School was, in Brooklynville. I always considered myself from Baltimore. But Keith was, again, this idea of non-closure, where the conversation had to start over again right at the beginning, because Keith, like most Americans who are white, had no real experience with people of color. And so his was a trial and error. Oftentimes he was afraid to talk to me because he was afraid he was going to say the wrong thing. Thank goodness for Keith's grandmother, who on freshman day move-in met my grandmother in the dorm room. She said to Keith, "My God, Keith, you have a colored roommate." Well, my mom, who considers herself to be black, was quite offended. I'm African American at that time, so I didn't know what was going on. But my grandmother felt quite welcome. She and Keith's grandmother just sat down and had a great conversation. In the period, the language has changed, obviously, but so many of the issues remain the same. Keith and I joined this fraternity, a fraternity that was clearly anti-Semitic and also racist, found in the University of Miami, of Ohio. The Sigma Chi fraternity models its initiation after a Klan rally, burning crosses, many symbols that would torture a person who was more conscious than I was. At that time, I wasn't very conscious of what was going on. I was sleep deprived and had spent a lot of time being hazed. And so I don't remember this well. I kind of blacked it out. But at the same time, these images, this fraternity, this system continues to pervade United States campuses across the country. And so when I talk about that third part, and that is the idea of a systemic transformation, moving away from the random acts and into activity that signals a more comprehensive framework, an approach, we've offered this framework to school systems, and we are expanding it into our corporate and our government work at this time. The framework focuses on 4 real developmental dimensions. The first of those is to stimulate will among people to actually get at beliefs and behaviors that are harmful to our society, that cause us to get stuck in these racial quagmires. And so this idea that our beliefs do drive our behaviors, which determine our results, is the teaching of Peter Senge and systems thinking. We found that it was really important to help the organization to be able to engage in the deep-seated beliefs that pervade the organization if we want to get long-term, lasting, or sustainable change. The other thing is that we have to teach folks in our school systems, in our government offices, law enforcement, in our corporate space, that you need a protocol, a language for negotiating race. We can't leave this to happenstance. Many times we have conversations about race as people of color in our private quarters. So we have lots of language and lots of ways of talking about the day in and day out scenarios that we face. But what I found is when we get into mixed race situations, that language doesn't necessarily work. In fact, in one part of the United States, our racial majority, white Americans, are taught to not see race, are taught to not talk about race, even though their own racial experience is the dominant one. And so breaking that silence causes a kind of reaction. The first thing oftentimes that people hear when you say talk about race to our white colleagues is you're calling me racist, or I don't want to be racist. In fact, protracting that idea of race to not just go from race to racist, but to understand that racial and racism exist in between. So there are lots of words in the lexicon as well as a way to be able to move this conversation forward is critical. The other piece here is that we have to develop some racial knowledge. And one of the reasons that I know that our president has so much more to say is because of who his teacher was at Harvard University, being taught by the father of critical race theory, Dr. Derek Bell, the late Dr. Derek Bell. There is really a kind of intelligence that goes along with race that oftentimes is not a part of the basic studies that we get at the highest levels of education. And so many of us have to take courses in economics, and that's why we so often call racial dilemmas economic problems. We tend to use economics or poverty as a proxy for talking about race, because that's what we're intelligent around. But when we understand race as a study, when we understand race as a body, we can start using that language and start using that understanding. And finally, it's really important that we build capacity to do this work. And the work of Ronald Heifetz has been really important for us here. Ronald Heifetz introducing us to this idea of adaptive leadership and really investing in the organization, in the people to solve their own problems. And so it's not how we go in as an organization that partners with school districts, government agencies, with corporations, and tell them how to do this. It's how we build a community in that organization so that they can do their own hardest work. So in light of the unprecedented racial disparities that we see throughout the sectors, and the fact that there exists not only an economic and social imperative, but I heard this really eloquently placed again by Dr. Daniels this morning, and that is that there is a moral imperative to address this idea of race and how race permeates each and every one of our lives. And so in terms of philanthropic engagement, it's important that you think about how it is that you fund, that you look for projects that explicitly, that intentionally foster and nurture conversations around race. Now, I say this, and many times people think that this is the hardest thing to do, and that's why we shy away. That's why we often go to silence. And so I thought it might be important to end my comments this morning by showing you what this looks like. Each year we gather over 1,000 people for a national conference, and then throughout the year we do regional conferences to get people talking about race and using the protocol. Tens of thousands of people around the United States and other parts around the world are using this protocol to effectively negotiate race and move that into policy, program, and practices. And so, as I leave with you this idea of what it looks and feels like, these folks will not be talking to you, but this is not the visual that we are seeing when we see race in our world today. And we are trying to change that visual because we know it's possible. Could you run that one for us? 50 years ago in Baltimore, there is no way that anybody in my family, in my community, would have pictured this kind of conversation coming from their own source. And certainly, as I found out this morning as I looked in the program that this is being simulcasted, I sent the address out to everybody in my phone book so that they could see what was going on here. It's with my deepest gratitude that I thank you, Andreas, for giving me the opportunity to join the forum here. Stelios, for all that you did to help me to understand where I was coming, to the rest of the foundation and the remarkable work. I'm sorry that I didn't get to see the Cultural Center. I will be back to see that. And then to each and every one of you who took the time to listen to my story this morning, my hope is that at least a part of it resonated with you. Thank you and good evening.
I think we can do a few questions from the audience, please.
I watched this part on TV this morning, too. It takes a little while in that first one. Here's a question here. Thank you.
Mr. Singleton, I'm familiar with Baltimore, and do you think that the government-subsidized programs for the community added and contributed to the downfall of the middle-class black community in Baltimore, let's say from 40 years ago, 50 years ago, when those subsidies came in and undermined the whole city?
Yeah. I think that absolutely the government policy for housing was had a critical impact. What's important to know also, though, is that coexisting with the problematic policy was also a whole influx of people coming back from the war that were not able to utilize their benefit because the government had also designed a way of rating neighborhoods, if you will, by racial diversity. And so redlining, greenlining, blue lining, that kind of thing had tremendous impact on how middle-class people of color, particularly middle-class black people in Baltimore, were not able to get home loans, were not able to move into communities that were designed segregated by government policy connected to loans and so forth.
Policy that was developed to enhance their ability, the veterans returning especially, was undermined by the green line, red line, blue line, and subdivisions of those properties. Was that not true?
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, the reason why that third point of systemic is so critical is because I think oftentimes when we get into these conversations about race, we want to find the one thing, you know, and then nail it, okay? Just like we want to find the one racist person in the room and evict, you know, and it really doesn't work that way. It's probably best and more humane for each and every one of us to look inward first, you know, and to look at, in very specific language, I would say, in terms of this, this world in which we live right now, the proximity that each of us has to black people. And honestly speaking, you know, in my deepest human space, I believe that until the world loves to appreciate and love black people, we're going to have these problems. And it's not going to be the government changing or the corporation changing or the school system changing. It's going to be a concert of the people who go to government, schools, and corporations who have changed and brought change into those organizations.
I've got two questions. I'm trying to think whether to ask both of them because I think they're both maybe, well, let me ask both, then you can decide how you want to handle them.
Race, as your presentation, is about black people in the United States. Why is this situation not applied? This is a huge question. You'll answer it quickly because you're professional, but Vietnamese, this is a country of immigrants, Latin America, Hispanic. What's going on? Why? I think it's a question folks in Europe always ask. Why is it there? Second question I had was more about what do you think Europe's challenge is? You know, what is our challenge? Is it Islamic? Is it race? Is it something different?
Right. So, and this often occurs, particularly when a black person says race. Oftentimes people hear black, right? And the photographs are black. But when there is a distinction between black and race, you know, and the interesting thing about even the markers of Hispanic or Asian, these folks also span in racial terms from black to white, right? And so from a pure racial standpoint, the binary of black to white is an indication of hue or skin color. And that intersects ethnic descriptions and national identities. Okay, so that in some ways begins to bring light to how a conversation about race includes multi-ethnic groups, it includes multiracial groups. Now, a conversation about black people, when it becomes synonymous with African American, brings a whole different level of energy, if you will. I don't know why, because as an African American person, the fascination that the world has with our experience, but the fear of us is quite an interesting paradox. You know, so I can't think of a culture that is more for sale on the global market than African American culture. And so we need to be around, but we're often not invited. You know, and so therein lies this interesting nuance about the African American experience particularly. And there's a fascination to bolster that with the United States of America, and so it gets a little bit more. Race in Europe is fascinating because when we understand race in the United States, we have to understand race in Europe first. Because we come from here, you know, and then we all come from there. And so this inability for us, back to the conversation around black, to see our connection to Kemet, to see our connection to the ancient Nile Valley, to see those conversations of the Greek philosophers with the Egyptians and the Ethiopians as a critical evolution in time. And so a sort of universal amnesia has occurred, which has created in this renaissance in Europe, where everything is called classical, you know, and it's noted as the beginning, and Harvard takes its moment from there. Well, we've wiped out a whole part of our evolution. Where there were universities, where there was geometry, where there was science, math, arts, etc. And so I think that Europe falls into that same kind of challenge that the United States falls into, of not being able to really connect to our full human evolution and our origin of our species.
Until now, I thought that being racially blind and not even caring of what racial identity the other person had was the right thing to do.
Right.
So my question to you is it better not to matter what racial identity one has and to perceive people as equals despite their racial identity, or matter race in order to fight racial inequality?
Awesome. Beautiful question. One of the challenges that race has put before us is it has created a society that plays too much in the dichotomy, okay? And that is the black or white scenario. And so I believe that we can be racially conscious and we can see humans in their equality. Okay? And so there is not a real experience that you have that's colorblind. When you see me as a black man. That's not the problem. The problem is what meaning you might affix to what it means to be a black man. And that's the belief system that you want to pay attention to. So the visual, the diversity of color and hue is a beautiful thing in the United States. Imagine us all the same color, right? You know, it's Doesn't work that way, okay? And so just as we're not gender blind, just as we are working very hard to not see people in their various sexual orientation and their religious traditions and et cetera, we also see race as a diversity feature. We do not have to put negative to racial diversity. Yeah. There's a question right back there. She's waving. Thank you. I could probably hear you, but some others might not.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I look forward to reading your book,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Singleton. And it may be a bigger question than you want to answer, but it's just something I've started to, as a seed in my mind. Gender, you mentioned. I imagine in your discussions you have lively, or I'm going to ask you if you do, about gender within races.
Absolutely.
And also lighter to darker skin color. I have acquaintances who are people of color who have mentioned, and I've seen it read about it and seen it in movies as well, that the lighter skinned folks tend to,
That's right.
so that's always been interesting to me. Could you
Fantastic.
maybe comment on that?
Absolutely. The first on the what in race theory we refer to as intersectionality. And intersectionality is where we actually bring together the diversity aspects, and we look at not only the distinctiveness, but we look at what happens when they intersect. And so gender and race are a powerful intersection, particularly in the world of education in the United States, because the vast majority of our educators are both female and white. And so how it is that they navigate that very specific experience, okay, with their diversities connected to that experience, as they go into classrooms which are increasingly of color, right? And so the conversation between female educators across the racial spectrum is a very important one, but one we want to pay attention to because the history has shown that particularly when white females are in charge, oftentimes principals, increasingly superintendents of school districts, if they forget that they're white or don't have meaning around being white, they won't understand how being white and woman is different than being of color and woman. And they may believe that these are just issues facing women as an oppressed group in the United States still, with economic disparities in pay and so forth, with varied levels of respect offered to them in jobs. All of those things are existing, but oftentimes white women are looking at what's called the glass ceiling when women of color haven't even been entered into the force at all. And then the colorism is a key feature. A key feature knowing that as in my skin color, I fall somewhere in the middle. So I have friends who are darker than me, and I have friends who are lighter. My grandmother passed for white sometimes. And so this idea of being able to understand how the lighter our skin is, the more we are received from a positive standpoint than we are when our skin is very dark. And that continues to happen. That is a fixture in the racial phenomena. There's a question right over there.
I do thank you. So 52 years ago, I entered the Johns Hopkins University. I'm reflecting on the day beginning and ending with Baltimore.
Wow.
So 52 years ago, I was an entering freshman at Johns Hopkins. I tutored African-American kids in East Baltimore in math. A lot has happened in the last 52 years. A lot of it not very good. I'm not a student of Baltimore. I don't really understand, but that's the source of my question. How much of what has happened in the last 50 or 60 years do we really need to understand in order to move forward? How much do we have to look back in order to know what to do? Ron was talking earlier today about a transformative moment, a tipping point. I wanted to ask him, I think he's right here, about scaling the Baltimore experience and the Charleston experience of last week, and Watts in the USC's decision many years ago to stay on Watts.
how are we going to make this a national, indeed a global transforming point? And again, my question, how much do we have to know about the past in order to understand the ways forward?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and I appreciate the beauty of a conference in Greece beginning with Baltimore and ending with Baltimore. I never thought coming out of Baltimore it to be the city of significance that it is. And I think that this gets at that answer of how much we need to know. I draw on two parts of intelligence. One is an African-American voice, James Baldwin, who said that our history, how does he say it? History is, we are trapped in our history and our history is trapped in us. And I think that gives us a bit more of passivity around it. There are just things that I know I've been a part of, even if I really haven't been a part of it. And so I grew up in a black church tradition. I didn't know about the Mother Emanuel AME church specifically, but I know a lot about black churches and how those churches have been the source to tear down a growing, healing, strengthening African-American community in the United States. And it's been a part of the history for a long time. I think that the United States needed to understand that piece, to understand the significance of Charleston last week. The other group that I go to is the West African traditions, particularly in Ghana, where many African American people trace their ancestry. And in that piece, there is a symbol, Sankofa. And Sankofa is an image of a bird that is flying forward but looking back. Okay, and it's this understanding that in order to go forward, you need to have a sense of what's behind you. Okay, and this has been said over and over again of how history will repeat itself if we're not conscious. Okay, and so recognizing that, I also have a different scenario in my family with generations like my grandfather, for example, who struggled with his first Barack Obama vote. And he struggled with it because he lived in a United States where this kind of rise to prominence equaled death. Okay, this was a murder waiting to happen, an assassination. And so I need to understand that because this work that I do also carries great danger with it. And to not pay attention to that is to be careless. Right? And so I don't want to overwhelm. I had to be careful and gentle as I walked and tiptoed around my grandfather's sensitivities, a man growing up in the South who watched his brother lynched. You know, at the same time, I have to know some of this stuff so that I can actually find a way into the future that makes sense and draws on the wisdom and intelligence as well as the mistakes and challenges that our elders and ancestors were exposed to. Last one here, yeah? I didn't mean last one, I meant another one. I don't get to call last one, I guess.
Thank you for your presentation. Growing up in Greece and being completely unprepared to discuss race, I remember as a kid the only people we knew were American basketball players that we would marvel because they would speak so cool and they were so tall and amazing. And then leaving and going to the United States to study and eventually work, where at some point an American friend told me, one of my partners in my design firm was a Moroccan Jew. And an American friend, he goes, your partner is black. I'm like, really? I don't know how that works. And it didn't do anything for me since we've been working for years. But right now, Greece is changing very rapidly, and is changing, I don't want to say violently, but suddenly, once there is an amazing influx of people coming in, and people of color coming in from very, very different points, and they're also coming from very violent realities, and for them they will play their lives in the sea, in inflatable boats to get here. is there, so there is a fast learning curve that needs to happen here. Is there a quick toolbox of positivity that you could suggest before the negative stereotypes will because there are also campaigns of a lot of negative stereotypes, so we can understand where they're coming from and eventually put brakes to the negativity and thankfully look at people as the people that they are and understand and be compassionate for their plight and their issues.
Yeah, I appreciate how you started that, which is a part of the Courageous Conversation protocol. We call it personal, local, and immediate. And your conversation about your colleague is where it begins, right? Because unfortunately, when I look out into the United States particularly, every day I can get depressed about how far we have not come. Right? And the thing that balances it for me is my own growth and development, okay? And so when I moved from Baltimore to Philadelphia to New York, then to LA, then to San Francisco, each of those spaces acquainted me with a very different racial reality, my own and another. Okay, and so in Philadelphia and Baltimore, I was not familiar with close interactions with Asian American people. Asian to me was going to the carryout down the street. There was a Chinese person that everybody in the community knew. And that was my only reference. I know that there were Chinese American students at the University of Pennsylvania, but I was blind to them. Okay, and so I have to own that in order to move forward. Now, the fact that my chief advisor is a Chinese American person, that I celebrate Chinese New Year, that I've been to a wedding where I'm the only black person, not unusual to be the only black person, you saw that, but among a room of Chinese American people, quite different. That's California. Okay, and so I would say that there is no quick step. And the quick step also is sort of signaling that you want to get in it and get it over with so that you're prepared. I want you to enjoy the journey. I want you to get the dimension of people. I want you to explore the richness that's coming to Greece, not as influx, but as an opportunity. Okay, these are the same Asian American people who were Vietnamese in the United States on boats as well that we were afraid of. And it's that fear that causes us not to open. Okay, the fear of the unknown. These are people, they have the same kinds of desires. They come from very violent societies. I come from a violent society also, you saw it, right? I can connect, right? The point is, am I going to be willing to make some space for a different tradition? Learn a different language, all of those things, and that's on me, right? And if I choose to do that, my life seems like it's a lot more fun and friendly. If I choose to resist that, then I'm going to be depressed because I can't stop diversity.
Uh-oh. It seems to me that police violence against African Americans has increased since Barack Obama became the president of the country. If that's correct, and it may not be, why is that the case? Is there a chance that it is not correct, and we are simply, because of media attention, you know, everything that is going on today, everything is much more visible than ever before. We are much more aware of such things happening than we have ever been before.
And again, Stelios, I think that there is a dichotomy that we don't have to force ourselves into. I think that since President Obama took office, unquestionably, I have felt personally more stress as a black American. And this comes in a number of ways. First and foremost, we are now in a country where people did not talk to a black American, much less be led by one. And so there are significant growing pains that we just have to have some compassion around. And how that comes out when you're a family that never talked about race and now your president's black and we've never had a black president before, it's really hard to jump from that paradigm, as our colleague here was saying. And so I do believe that that just by having this black president has made this issue of race more powerfully present. And even when you don't say anything, it's just present visually. The First Lady, the kids, the grandmother, the first time that we have a grandmother move into the White House. And this is for a critical reason. Most of the White House staff had not had experience raising 2 little black girls in Washington, D.C. And so as the First Lady and the President saw themselves rarely in the House there, they needed someone who knew how to bridge that gap. And so that was a movement. For many people in the United States, that was thunder. You know, right away we went to the economic issue. Who's going to pay for her? When in reality, it's not about the economic issue. It's about how do we raise these children to be effective. President Obama, I think it was in his first months in office, brought to the White House a former professor from Harvard. And this was Professor Henry Louis Gates. And Dr. Gates had left his key inside his house on the Harvard campus. He'd been there for a long time. And so he was trying to find his way in without his key. The Cambridge police saw him and saw him as an intruder. And so did not treat him as the decorated professor that he is at Harvard University, but treated him as a black robber. President Obama thought that it was important to bring this conversation to the front and center, so he invited Gates and the police officer and brought Biden in also to balance out the racial dynamic, I think, and they sat and they talked about it. The media was not able to see the seriousness of this. And so what I believe has occurred is not more police violence or police brutality or police assault, but what I believe has occurred now is more people who are the image of the president. My schooling and the president's schooling is very similar. We are the same age group, and so my experience is now an experience that's more mainstream. And so that experience that I've had with the police all of my life is now also more part of mainstream dialogue. And so more people know about this, so it seems like there's more also, okay? And then you have the cell phone with the pictures that's allowing for a proliferation of this. The final thing, I think, is that in our human experience, I think we evolve. And I believe that conversations about race are indications of our evolution. And so there's more and there's greater engagement because I believe that it's time. And it's time, like it was time in the 60s, like it was time, you know, at the turn of the century, it's time for us to really up our game a little bit in terms of racial literacy and racial consciousness. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
So this is nearly it. And don't worry, we don't have another panel discussion or another speaker.
Yes, we do. They're about to come in now. Surprise.
But we have a couple of, comments or suggestions we would like to make. First is, as Stelios pointed out earlier today, there is a salesperson outside selling the street magazine Schedia. And since this is a philanthropy conference, do an act of philanthropy today and buy your copy before leaving the conference. Second, you have been given the voting devices and translation devices. Please don't forget to return them by the registration desk before leaving. Third, we have a rough cut. Should I say this now? We have a rough cut. This is for Glenn, because Glenn couldn't make it to the event at the park, as he said. So let's see what happened at the park And when will we see everyone again?
In a year's time in Thessaloniki.
And a big thanks to all of you for coming to this year's conference, for staying till late. A big thank you to our speakers. A big thank you to our team at the foundation and to Victor Cohen, who curated this exhibition of posters on philanthropy that are exhibited outside this room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Έξω φτώχεια, μέσα λόρδα. Όπα, γεια σου πατέρα μου. Μερσή μαέστρο μου, μερσή. Και γαλλικά ευχαριστώ, αύριο σας πληρώνω γιατί σήμερα δεν έχω ούτε ψηλά, ούτε χοντρά. Για να δω, μάθατε τους αριθμούς. Κολλητηρής 1, Κοπρίτης 2, Πυρικογκός χ, τι χ βρε. 1, 2, 3. Πήγα στην κυρία. Μου έδωσε ένα μήλο. Γίνα από εδώ ρε.
Okay, it's ready. Yeah. The didgeridoo. And I'm the didgeridoo. I'm the didgeridoo, man. I'm gonna do it.
Σας καλωσορίζω απόψε σε αυτή μας την εκδήλωση εκ μέρους όλων των μελών του Διοικητικού μας Συμβουλίου και όλων των στελεχών του Ιδρύματος, αλλά και εκ μέρους του οργανισμού Κέντρο Πολιτισμού Ίδρυμα Σταύρος Νιάρχος, που έχει αναλάβει με αποκλειστική δαπάνη του Ιδρύματος την κατασκευή και τον εξοπλισμό των νέων εγκαταστάσεων της Εθνικής Βιβλιοθήκης της Ελλάδας και της Εθνικής Λυρικής Σκηνής και τη δημιουργία ενός τεράστιου πάρκου σε ένα μικρό τμήμα του οποίου βρισκόμαστε σήμερα συγκεντρωμένοι.
What can I say? Just a joy. I have to express a joy. And I want to express joy to have you here. You know, for an architect, you spend your life, months, years, to think about project. You design, you draw, you make model, you make all those things, you make prototypes. But there's one magic moment, and that's tonight. Is when you finally have people in the building, you have people in the place that you have designed. And this is the magic.
Το έργο αυτό για μας είναι ένα μεγάλο στοίχημα για την Ελλάδα, για το μέλλον της Ελλάδος. Είναι ένα στοίχημα για τους νέους, είναι μια ελπίδα και ένα όνειρο. Η πραγματική ψυχή του έργου αυτού είναι ο κόσμος, είσαστε εσείς, που είσαστε και οι πραγματικοί ιδιοκτήτες. Πολλοί μας έχουν ρωτήσει τι πιστεύουμε ότι θα γίνει αφού το παραδώσουμε στο δημόσιο, διότι θα το παραδώσουμε ολοκληρωτικά στο κράτος. Για μένα η απάντηση είναι δεν το παραδίνουμε στο κράτος, το παραδίνουμε σε εσάς. Το θέμα είναι να καταλάβετε εσείς ότι είναι δικό σας.